Okay, welcome everybody. This is the Tuesday, November 12th, 2024 City Council meeting. I'll ask the city clerk, Anne Marie McKay, to call a roll, please.
Councilmember Orgill,
Here.
Councilmember Weiss.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Renagi,
Here.
Mayor Kemp.
Here. Tonight, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Mayor Pro Tem Renagi.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Okay, as we're coming out of closed session, I'll ask our city attorney, Megan Garibaldi, has anything to report out of closed session this evening?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the one item listed on the agenda. There was no public comment in advance of closed session. All 5 council members were present. The City Council recessed from closed session at 4:50 and no reportable action was taken.
Thank you. Okay, we have 2 presentations this evening. The first is for a proclamation honoring Parking Service Officer Mary Marlene Mackler. And this yeah, pretty popular. And the second one's going to be recognizing the first Sunday after Thanksgiving as Artist Sunday. So I'm going to come down to the podium. Is Mary here? Okay. Okay. Watch out. Yeah, stand right here. Okay. Today, we're going to celebrate Marlene Mackler's remarkable 35-year career. with our
Whoa.
police department. Her commitment to our city and her impact on keeping our streets safe is truly valued. Marlene's dedication has set a high standard, and her hard work and positive influence will be missed by colleagues and our community alike. We wish Marlene all the best in her retirement and thank her for her years of exceptional service to Laguna Beach. And now I have a proclamation. I'm going to give you the official one, but I'm just going to read off of this one. If I can get it. Okay. Proclamation honoring retired Parking Services Officer Mary Marlene Mackler. Whereas Marlene had an amazing career with the Laguna Beach Police Department spanning over 35 years, where she served passionately. And during the course of her career, she walked over 45,000 miles. Did you count your steps?
No, but obviously they did.
Yeah. Issued over 300,000 parking citations worth over $10 million. I'm thinking you can't retire because we need the money.
I can whip these kids into shape for you.
Okay. During her distinguished career, she received 13 letters of commendation. Her legacy of selfless service will live on in the hearts and minds of former coworkers. Marlene's hard work and dedication to the community of Laguna Beach will be certainly missed. Therefore, I, Sue Kempf, Mayor of Laguna Beach, do hereby wish retired Parking Services Officer Mary Marlene Mackler a very happy retirement on behalf of the city of Laguna Beach.
Thank you.
Well deserved. Okay, now we're going to take a picture.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay.
So this is bittersweet for me. Marlene and I have known each other for over a quarter century. And you are going to be sorely missed, Marlene, by your Laguna Beach family. And we have a little parting gift for you, and I want to read it to you. In recognition of over 35 years of exemplary service to the citizens of Laguna Beach and for your unwavering loyalty as a member of the Laguna Beach Police Department, your passion, respect for others, integrity, diverse ideas, and your commitment to excellence will never be forgotten. We wish you the best in your retirement. It is with sincere gratitude that we present you with this token of appreciation, your retirement badge.
Thank you.
Take a picture.
Marlene, did you want to say a quick word?
No, I just want, because they said, you should write something. I said, I'm just gonna stand up and cry. Because that's what I usually do, but there's no crying and parking, and we all know that. But but I love working in Laguna. I've been so blessed to work here and live here and get to know so many people in the community and in the PD. And thank you, Mary, for giving me the most beautiful house. Well, not giving me, but letting me stay in your beautiful house for 33 years. I appreciate you so much. And thank you to everybody. This is great.
Just the friendliest. The Marlene Fan Club. That's for me. That's the next one. This is hers. Never worked, never done it. Well, we take the leave off.
I think I know why. Tom, I hope you win. Wow. Emptied out the room.
Oh, good. I have company. I'll wait for everyone to kind of file out here. Pretty cool. Yeah, really good. Super good. Okay, our second proclamation is for recognizing Artist Sunday in Laguna Beach. Today, we recognize the importance of Laguna Beach artists and the tremendous value they bring to our community and culture. Sawdust Art Festival Board member Rachel Goberman is here to accept this proclamation. Artist Sunday, the Sunday after Thanksgiving, is a national celebration, and here in Laguna Beach, it's a chance to honor our local artists by encouraging the purchase of original artwork. Supporting our artists not only uplifts them, but also enhances the vibrancy and economic vitality of our community. Let's come together to celebrate and support the creativity and talent of our local artists on the upcoming Artist Sunday. And I have a proclamation, which I'll read. Come on up here, Rachel. Okay. Whereas the city of Laguna Beach celebrates our local artists and the contributions they make to our local economy and community, and the arts enrich our lives and enhance the cultural fabric of our community. Artist Sunday is a national event that celebrates and supports artists of all kinds and encourages the purchase of original artwork from artists. Our community recognizes the important contributions of artists to our economy. The party continues. Our education system and our quality of life. Our city is home to many talented artists whose work deserves recognition and support. Now therefore, I, Sue Kempf, as mayor of the city of Laguna Beach, do hereby proudly proclaim the Sunday following Thanksgiving as Artist Sunday, and I urge all residents to celebrate this day by exploring the works of local artists and considering the purchase of original artwork. Supporting our artists not only benefits them, but also contributes to the growth and vitality of our community. Let us come together and to celebrate the creativity and diversity of our local artists and to show our appreciation for their valuable contribution to our city. Would you like to say a few words? Yeah, thank you. Come on up. Thank you.
Yeah. For the support.
I did write something down because I didn't want to get nervous in front of everyone, but what an incredible honor to accept this proclamation on behalf of Laguna Beach artists. I mean, that alone is pretty incredible. My name is Rachel Goberman, and I am currently the secretary of the Sawdust Board of Directors, and I have served as a volunteer at the Sawdust for over 15 years on the Winter Fantasy Committee. So this December 1st, which is now Artist Sunday, the Winter Fantasy will be open from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. And I want to personally invite all of our community and our city council to come out and experience the magic. Over 180 artists are there selling their original artwork and creations themselves in their own booths, and really to experience the transformation of our eucalyptus grove into the most wonderful winter wonderland known as the Winter Fantasy. If you haven't seen it, it's truly special. The Sawdust Festival is very proud to be a part of this community, and we also accept this on behalf of all the festivals and all Laguna Beach artists. And I just want to say that it's really thankful for the City Council for acknowledging this day for us, and also for acknowledging the contributions that artists make for our community. Have a wonderful holiday season, and I hope I see you all at the Winter Fantasy. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Oh, yeah.
You can leave it there. Here.
Thank you.
Okay, come on.
Come on. Oh, board members or just people? Yeah, come on.
Thanks for coming. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
And I speak somebody real quick. Good evening.
Okay, at this time, we'll open up, let me first ask the city manager, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
There are none.
I think I could take this PLB right now and
Yeah.
just dispense with that. So council, we have Appeal B, which they've asked for a continuance to January 14th, city council meeting, January 14th, 2025. Does anybody have any questions about that, council? No?
No.
Then I'll open the public hearing. Anybody want to speak on the continuance of this item? No, I'll close the public hearing. Okay, can I have a motion, please, council?
Mayor, could we just add one thing to the motion? I
Yeah.
think it probably, so that we don't continue to use staff resources for continued appeals like this, I'd maybe recommend we set a deadline for the applicant and the appellant to reach an agreement so that the staff report can be prepared, or that they can resolve it, and then we'll dispense of the appeal that way. So that, I think we've had this on here a few times now, so to stop that process
Have a
from ongoing.
recommendation, Megan?
That you need.
I think staff ideally would like it by the end of them to reach an agreement by the end of next week, so that because of the Thanksgiving holiday and everything, they can get
November
the staff
22nd.
report done.
Yeah.
So then if there's not an agreement reached on November 22nd, then staff would do the staff report.
Yeah, for the full appeal. That's the idea.
Is that enough time though for them to reach
Yeah, I
an
was
agreement?
wondering
Because
if-
I'm wondering if maybe we put,
Or we could, I think that we have,
I think they need more time to negotiate an
I
agreement.
think staff could probably, if it was by the end of the month, probably it could still be workable. The appeal under our rules needs to post on like January 2nd or somewhere around there. And then with the city hall closure before that, so sort of working backwards to get the staff report done.
So then should we, okay, yeah, I don't know.
Well, I
I don't know.
mean, wouldn't we like to incent them to get moving on it, because we're not going to keep continuing these things?
Yeah, I think either the 22nd or,
End of the month.
prior to the Thanksgiving holiday, maybe, which City Hall closes
What,
before that.
What about
So-
the end of the
What
month?
about the end of the month?
Or the, I
of
think the end
the
of
month
the month I think that's
That work?
workable for staff.
So then I would move that we, so the 30th, that's so maybe the 29th. So it's a weekday, or what about like the 3rd? So then they get 2 weekdays in December.
Yeah, I think that, well, City Hall's closed the 29th, so in order
Yeah,
to,
so it should be the
December
3rd.
2nd or 3rd.
Okay, so then I'll move that we continue this item to January 14th and then create a deadline for the appellant and the applicant to come to an agreement by December 3rd. And if there's not an agreement reached, then the staff report would be created and go on from there.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. We're talking about an appeal that's at the end of the meeting.
It's for 8 Rockledge. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're not to that yet.
Later.
I hope so, because we have a lot of people here. Okay, I'll open for public comment. How many people are here to speak for public comment? Okay,
And
Come
this
on
is public comment on non-agenda items.
Non-agenda.
such as The speed table, which
Yeah.
is a little later.
come on up, George.
Greetings, George Dubin with you. This is going to dovetail nicely into your second proclamation tonight about the Artist Day. I brought some friends with me from both 2535 and 2307. I'd like them to at least stand up and be acknowledged. Everybody, they're here behind me. I have a bunch of thank you notes, but I want to read this very quickly to you. And this is for George, Mark, Sue, Alex, Bob, our city attorney, and Dave Kiff. To the honorable members of the Laguna Beach City Council, as artists and creatives, we can't thank you all enough for recognizing how important these properties at 2535 and 2307 Laguna Canyon Road are, not only to the creatives who occupy them now, but for future artists and creatives who would love to be part of Laguna's longstanding cultural identity as an art colony by preserving these unique properties as affordable maker spaces. This is your legacy, and one that will be remembered in perpetuity by generations of artists and creatives who will carry on Laguna Beach's longstanding cultural heritage and future. Our sincere thanks from the artists and creatives at 2535 and 2307. And I've got a bunch of individual cards and group cards, and may I approach the bench? Okay. So anyways, we all are just, it's been a couple of tense years for us, knowing that we may lose these spaces, and the importance of them, I think you all recognize at this point. And please read the cards, because there's a lot of very grateful artists and creatives that have spoken up and been concerned for quite some time that we may lose our places to work and live. And I know that we're very appreciative of what City Council and Dave and Megan have been doing to preserve these, and we can't thank you enough. So thanks.
Thank you, George.
Hi, I'm Cindy Shaboff. Whoa, that's loud. Nice to see all of you again. And I agree with George. I would love to support them in making sure that the artists stay in Laguna Beach and that there's not just lip service that's paid to the fact that this is an artist town. So that's the first thing I want to say. But the real thing I came here to say was I wanted to report something that just happened here. I retired last year. And I know that it seems a strange thing to report here, but it explains why I haven't been at any of the meetings, because I was traveling, and as you should get to do after working for 40 years. And I recommend New Zealand very highly. Of course, that's not the only thing I came here to say. I wanted to speak about the Neighborhood Congregational Churches Project. I want to say that while I'm disappointed that there was a reduction to the amount of units, I'm glad the project is alive and in its time going to move forward. Housing is integral to life as demonstrated by what these artists are going through right now. Creating structure for a city to function and thrive is the responsibility of its elected officials. And I pray that each of you see the value to this rare opportunity to create housing and will support it. I will do whatever I can personally to help make this a reality. I want to say thank you for your time. I didn't want to come up here and take a whole lot of time. I know it's not an agenda item tonight, but being as I hadn't gotten to speak before, I wanted to make sure that we keep it forward in our mind, because just as the artists can leave here, that lady who retired tonight lived with someone else, and if there were affordable housing in Laguna Beach, she could have been living in her own spot. So I urge you to consider that as we move forward with this project. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Cindy.
Good evening to all. Hey, I'm Bill Dalkey. I've been here for 32 years. I'm a general contractor in town. I reside at 1433 Coral Drive. I am a fire survivor, and I've been on both sides of the counter of building and having to build my own home. I actually just wanted to start out by saying something positive in that fact that for the last 12 years, I think the building department's the best it's ever been. I believe in that because of Dennis Bogle and his staff are always helpful, always courteous, very helpful to my clients. And I just, you watch the news, the first 30 minutes is negative, and they'll give you like a 10-minute spot for, something positive. Well, I think the real big positive of this town right now is the building department, because they're very, very helpful. And, I am probably one of the strange ones. I enjoy going to the city. I like going to the city. I consider the people behind the counter I've known for so long to be like kind of part of my family. I mean, right now, I'll tell you, I'm supposed to be at dinner with my family. I have a 3.5-year-old grandson. I see him once a year. It's 54 hours door to door for me to go see him. But, the people at the building department, they're my family too. And this is probably one of the few times I've ever spoken in 32 years it's working, but things are starting to fall apart right now a little bit. And the fact that we've lost a building inspector in July, and now all of a sudden, we're not getting inspections. I used to get a 2-hour window. I get a 2 to 3 day window right now. And so what I used to tell my clients when they were saying, should I build in Laguna Beach? No problem. Get through planning, building's no problem. Now it's starting to go the other way a little bit. So I'm just getting concerned that, we haven't hired another building inspector, and it's been 3 or 4 months. And I just don't want to see it go the way of what planning has done. I know you guys have a super tough job, really, really tough job. This is a hard place to work in. But I just know that Dennis and his staff have been great. If we lose them, it's kind of like me losing part of my family. I'll probably retire. I don't need to work at all. I enjoy my work. I enjoy the people. I picked Laguna. I can live any place I want. I picked Laguna, and I'll die here. I love the people. I love the small town aspect of it. When people say, should I move to Laguna? I have everybody from Hollywood coming down. Should I move down here? It's great. Why? Because it's a family. And I feel like we start to lose, or potentially things get changed at the building department. It's not going to be for the better. So if we can somehow get another building inspector in, I think everything will be fine, and leave everything the way it is and focus on some of the other aspects of the building, I think we'll be good.
Okay, thank you, Bill.
Good evening, City Council. I'd like to also echo Bill's comments on the building department doing a phenomenal job. I'd also like to ask for maybe, I want to mention 3 things, but pertaining to the building and planning division, maybe giving them a little bit more flexibility. They're great. They're learning. There are definitely some newcomers in planning, but I would say overall they're headed in the right direction. I think that there's obviously a goal of expediting some of these zoning plans, like a comprehensive zoning code update, which I believe is part of that planning agenda number 13. I don't want to get too far deep into it here, but I just think in general, the codifying thing is great, but I also think giving the employees of the city more flexibility to do their job is even better. They're phenomenal. They get what the city wants to accomplish, which I think all of you do here today as well. Obviously, we're Laguna Beach. We preserve what we have here. I would say we're the standard for how other cities should be run. And I just wanted to make another comment pertaining to the housing crisis. We need local solutions that shouldn't, and we shouldn't be waiting for state mandates to trickle down. We want to provide housing. We should encourage housing units for all income levels, not just affordable. We should encourage starter home housing. The cost of a starter home has doubled in the last 5 years here in Laguna. That's a real problem for our community. Younger families are being pushed out, and they're not given the opportunity to purchase at a reasonable price. So consider that. Consider also there is some backlog associated with some of the planning items. Maybe consider a self-certification program. There are a lot of highly qualified architects in town that are phenomenal at what they do. I think, again, we just got to give them more opportunity to do what they're doing. So those were the two items pertaining to that comprehensive zoning code update.
Emer, we can't talk about that right now because that's an agenda item.
Actually, I was going to mention that it should be its own standalone agenda item. That's why I wanted to bring it up. I think it's very deep, and I think
It's an agenda item we have coming up.
for you were pertaining to 13 is the planning update.
Right, so we're going to call that item and then we can talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just super important. I think more people need to be involved, and I think it needs to, the city in general needs to have more dialogue pertaining to it. So thank you so much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Ruben Flores, almost a 30-year resident of Laguna Beach. I'm here to speak on a friendly, fun note. We haven't spoken to you from the South Laguna Community Garden Park in quite a while, and I want to make sure you don't forget where we are and who we are. We've been around since 2009, long time, squatting and planting a lot of vegetables and herbs and friendships and garden fun. What I'm here to tell you about is that there's a holiday sing-along, December 14th. Everybody in the town is invited. We know we have a garden band who are incredible, and they go out and participate in Fête de la Musique and other places around town, and all of the money that they raise goes back to the garden. In March, we have an Arbor Day festival. In April, we have a spring fling potluck and concert. God, you guys are excited, I can tell. We have an Easter egg hunt in April. We have Earth Day celebration in April. May, we have a tomato fest. Wow, I can see it on your faces. There's a lot that goes on there, but more importantly, it's just a place where once you get there, the vibe is just really smooth. It's really friendly. And it's a place where you can just kind of let go and relax. So I'd like to invite all of you out to come and take a look again. We just had our annual meeting, and we usually had it at the Water District in South Laguna, but this year we just decided to do it. Why not in the garden? And it was really nice. So it's a place of community, and I invite everybody in here to come take a look. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ruben.
Hello, good evening. It's good to see you guys again. I'm Christine. I'm the manager of our mobile crisis response team here in Laguna Beach. I was so nervous the first time I met you, I thought I would come back and do it again. So I wanted to share just some numbers and a success story with you while I'm here tonight. When I first came on about a month ago with our team, I looked back from the time we began in August of 2023 until September of this year. I was kind of looking at how many clients we had encountered in our team, and we had encountered 2,352 clients we had met with over the last year. Total dispatch calls over that last year was 1,111. So that was really amazing. And we took 1,035 hours on scene, on call. Those were hours that we were able to take from the police departments. So they were able to respond to more like crisis level emergency calls. So that was pretty awesome. I was proud of my team. A success story that a recent success story was with that we had met, a 50-year-old female homeless individual struggling with a couple of mental health diagnoses, substance use as well, a lot of anxiety, pretty high anxiety, kind of distrusting of other people. We had multiple calls for support for this individual. The team ended up building rapport with her. It was over a few weeks that this happened. She had finally accepted support and transport to our sobering center. We also completed the intake with outreach and engagement to get her housing, and she was accepted into telecare supportive housing. So she is now off of the street. So, which was amazing. I love those stories that we have. Also, our case manager, we have case management services that follow up with individuals after they seek support with us. And the last check-in, which was last week, she said she was doing really well and she's continuing to see a therapist regularly. And she also is still continuing to work on her substance use issues, but she's doing really well and still in housing. So that was really amazing. And that's it. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Julie Lawton, designer and contractor, and I'm here as a contractor, and I want to echo everything Bill said, and I really think we should commend Dennis Bogle for running the building department quite brilliantly and successfully and smoothly, because that's the one department that's going really great, and he should be commended. And I'm hearing things like maybe his position might be changed or removed, or maybe there's budget issues. So my question is, what is going on with 2 to 3 day waits on inspections? That's unheard of. Used to be 2 to 3 hours, then it was 1 day, then it was 2 days, and all of a sudden now it's 3 days, and I'm like, So my concern is, and the reason I'm speaking is to get this on the radar. What's with the budget? Why don't we have a couple more inspectors? That's simple. Budget. I think there's plenty of money. I don't know, but that was my only comment, because it's kind of like urgent for us as contractors, and it seems odd. It can't just quickly be a position filled for inspector. So that's most my concern and the reason for speaking. We should commend Dennis Bogle. We need a guy that knows construction running that department. And I'm also thinking, it's been brought up that maybe the 2 departments should be separated and Dennis should be the one with the hiring and firing power, not the other 2 people. So I just think it's great that we have a good building department, and that's a good thing. So I'm only talking about positive, but let's find out why we can't get some more inspectors.
Okay, thanks, Julie.
Hello, Council. Laura Parisi, City Treasurer. And I wanted to let the public know that the investment policy is on the council agenda each December, and it's best practice that the council consider the investment policy each year. There's only one legislative change this year that does not impact any of the authorized investments, but we are going to be requesting a change to a category to expand it to align more with state law. But if you have any comments or questions on the investment policy, please contact me at lparisi@lagunabeachcity.net in the next week or 2, and I will incorporate comments into the agenda bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
I'm Bill Shopoff, live at 150 Mountain Road. I'm here, I got 3 items I wanted to cover, and I'll be really brief. First of all, I wanted to say I support the idea of artist housing and the concept of a land trust or other similar concepts that could retain these units for our artists. I echo what I've heard. It's time to actually put our best foot forward and retain these talented creatives in our community. The main thing I really came to was to address the affordable housing project, and I know it's not on the agenda, but I think it's good to hear, both sides, and we've seen a lot of negative out there. I just wanted to say I urge support of the project, and look, it's going to go through iterations, but we need the units. We support affordable housing. We believe it's a critical need. We believe all housing is critical. It's not simple to produce affordable housing anywhere, and in particular in the state of California. It's even more difficult. It's surprising to me that I got less pushback. I just got 50 units of affordable housing approved in Huntington Beach. And we're getting more pushback in this community. Candidly, it's a bit of an embarrassment. I thought we were the progressive city. So maybe we should rethink things. It's not about those people. It's about people who need a place to live. And we need to be paying attention to that. And those of us who have privilege need to take care of those who don't. And so let's open our hearts, let's open our minds, and see if we can bring forth the best possible project for our city and for our residents. The last item, the sidewalk project, and I know this is a Caltrans project, but I just got to say, there's just a lot of pieces of this that are just kind of left undone and really not, like, it doesn't seem like we're paying any attention as a community. And Caltrans is running through here doing things that just don't make much sense. I was just walking up at our neighborhood at Mountain and Coast Highway, and there's a trash can that used to be up on the corner, and it's now sitting kind of cantilevered and off kilter. Additionally, you know, they put a new signal box at Cress and PCH that blocks the view of the businesses, our valuable businesses, and nobody gave any thought. And there's this monstrous box that is now blocking the view and completely unattractive. And I can't believe that was the best place that we could have put that. So maybe as they're finishing the project, we could help them out on some ideas. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bill.
Hi, my name's Adrian Proctor. I'm a 29-year Laguna Beach resident. I'm not a contractor. I'm a homeowner and have gone through the process of remodeling and upgrading and changing houses as families grow and families grow effectively. I wanted to speak in support of the building department because they have been excellent over the years, over the nearly 30 years that I've been living here in town, and currently doing a project, and I'm seeing the impact to the delays in building inspectors. They're excellent, but they just seem to be overworked. And I'm hearing from the contractors, the local people that I always work with, that frankly, there's a lack of resources. So I just wondered, as a resident that needs to and wants to live here, but it's also very expensive to for people to rent when they're remodeling, and as delays happen, it's just something that I think should be brought up and should be a consideration, because the building department have been excellent over the years, and it seems to just be falling off a little right now.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Mansour Ahmadi, and I'm one of the engineers here in town. I have been in town since 2005, 2006. And I've seen up and down in building department. Now we have a building department that really work and very organized. And I don't want this thing get missed. I hope you can concern that and make sure that happen, that stays as is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I want to start by saying thank you so much for your service this year. I hope that all of you have a beautiful Thanksgiving. I'm here to remind the community of our wonderful Day of Kindness this Saturday at the Cobblestones from 10 to 5 p.m. Our mayor will be giving out awards to wonderful citizens, and I thank the city for being one of the sponsors to support the Ability Awareness Project, my friend's nonprofit for anti-bullying. Also, I'm here to invite everyone in the high school, if any parents are watching. This Friday is the first Love One Another Club at Laguna Beach High School, led by Zoe Bartels, who is moving forward with our Love One Another movement in town. And we're super grateful. So I'm going to pass some cards with that. And also, I've edited my book, Our Battle Cry for Humanity, which is really based on gratitude and the gratitude of living in Laguna Beach to help our nation unite in gratitude. So I am releasing it now. I'm sharing cards for that as well. And lastly, I want to introduce a very special young lady. At Just Gather, our nonprofit, we like to promote leadership in our youth, and our Gen Z are just absolutely incredible. And this is Marlo, and she just started her own nonprofit around literacy, and we're going to be featuring her on our website. Marlo.
Hi, I just wanted to share, I am starting up a project called Orange County Literacy for Change, and its mission is to do two things. First, promote literacy by selling books and allowing those books to be in the hands of juveniles and other underfunded areas. So I have a contact at the Orange County Judicial Hall, and I'm partnering with them and, of course, my friend here on her website, and I will be fundraising for them and trying to earn money to fund their library list and their Amazon book list to extend the learning opportunities for students at Juvenile Hall. And I hope to be featured at right here downtown at the farmers market. Hope to have a stand and get the word out to try to fund for this really important project and service need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Whitney. I'm just here to say, if you guys can come to World Kindness Day, that would be great. And sorry, I feel really ugly, but I know I'm not ugly, but anyway, sorry. Sorry, okay. I'm getting really annoyed because sometimes I feel really ugly, even though I'm not ugly. Okay, anyway, sorry. And everyone is so beautiful. I just need to say that everyone's beautiful in their own way. Thank you. Please remember that. Please, everyone is beautiful in their own way, and don't ever believe anything different. I need to say that to everyone here. Everyone needs to know that you're absolutely perfect, exactly how you are. Exactly how you are. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Whitney.
Come to World Kindness Day.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Thanks for your comments. We'll go to council comments. I'll start with our city manager, Dave Kiff. Any comments?
I don't have any comments tonight.
Okay, Councilmember Wise?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I do. My congratulations to Bob Whalen and Hallie Jones for their victory and their campaigns. I think I wish them well on their commitment to serving our city. Also, briefly, I went to this wonderful event for Sister Cities with a new sister city in Japan, Five Lakes District of Fuji Mountain, but I'll let somebody else talk about that. I also want to thank all those involved in organizing a Veterans Day event at Heisler Park. Judge Carter was there, David Carter. And if you don't know him, he was a Marine veteran and has served as a judge for the last 30 years in Orange County and Superior Court and District Court. Really someone to look up. He was a dedicated Marine and got the Purple Heart and saved a lot of his friends' lives in Vietnam. Instead of recounting his experiences, he talked about how servicemen and women defended our country's democratic values around the world. His final words were, "We are a free country because we are the home of the brave." It was a very inspiring talk, and I appreciate everybody who has organized that event. Finally, I wanted to say a few words about an article published by Mr. Tom Johnson in Stu News. Just happened some days before the election, maybe on Friday before the election. And it was troublesome to me. That article had what I and others believe contained many false statements about me. The intent was to disparage me and then to openly call upon voters to cast their votes for another candidate. Stu News responded to the letter I wrote about this and retracted with an apology to only one of the false statements. There were 5 defamatory statements or false statements in total. And I've written a second letter demanding an apology and retraction for each one. I'm handing out this letter to all council members and asking the city clerk places it in the public record as well. I'll also be posting this letter on my website for those interested in free and fair elections. And I think, Dave, you have a copy of it as well. I already sent it to you and Megan, but these are copies for other members. And for the city clerk, if you want it electronically, I'll send it to you that way. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Oriole?
Yeah, the Veterans Day ceremony was great. George just touched on it, the Sister City event, again with Fuji, Five Lakes, event was wonderful. The Rivian vehicle donation, I think, was greatly appreciated by the city. It was something else really to see exactly, their vehicles and how they were outfitted, and it was a wonderful gift to the city. This year's beautification award ceremony was quite nice, and it was nice for Morris to be, I guess, kind of the guest ceremonial speaker at the event. It was very nice, even though I was only able to attend a part of it. Meetings over the last couple of weeks was with James Henry, Sue Wyden, Mark Christie, Dave Ship, Norm Grossman, Emma from Visit Laguna, City Attorney Megan, George Dubin, Ed Almanza, Karen Phillipson, and John Zigowitz. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Councilmember Whalen?
A couple of things to report. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge George and thank him for his comments. We'll have obviously more to say on the election outcome in December, but appreciate his kind words. At the Veterans Day, you heard it referenced earlier, it was a great ceremony. Judge Carter is inspiring. I do want to take a minute because I've done this in the past, but we have two veterans here, Councilmember Weiss and our city clerk, Anne Marie McKay. I think we should acknowledge both of them for their service. And then there were some comments made about artist housing and housing in general today. I just want to report that the Community Land Trust item that the council has authorized to move forward and appointed Councilmember Orgel and I to proceed with. We had our kickoff meeting today with our consultants, and we're moving into a process for that, and we'll have more to bring back to council hopefully in about a month's time regarding the scheduling on all of that. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Mayor Pro Tem Renagi?
Yeah, I want to echo the comments of my colleagues about Veterans Day. I was not able to attend the ceremony, but I appreciate George and Anne Marie's service, as well as all the other veterans who are responsible for the freedom that we're all able to enjoy today. The city manager and staff from the Community Development Department met with the executive director of the California Coastal Commission last month, and among the topics that we discussed were our proposed ordinance to allow for second-story residential in our commercial zone. Right now, you're allowed to build second-story office space, but you're not allowed to do second-story residential, which doesn't make a lot of sense. So it's sort of a common-sense solution that's been widely supported at the local level. I don't think there was any opposition to that, and so we're hoping that the Coastal Commission will approve that in February. We also talked about the issues of we briefly touched on the issues of ADUs and the principles of view equity, which are especially for public views in our LCP. So appreciated the Coastal Commission's work on that, on making sure that we can mitigate the impact on views. I want to thank George for your service over the past years, and really all the candidates who ran for city council and school board. I see Howard Hills, who it looks like, I think that the numbers are close, but it looks like he'll be on the school board. So congratulations to Howard. And really it takes a lot to run for office, and it's hard to put yourself out there. So I think we all as citizens and are better because of the contest of ideas that come from our elections. And what's really great about the local level is that we don't need to have the toxic discourse that we see too often at the national level. So I think, as we move forward, I'm hoping that we can't control what happens in Washington, D.C., but we can control what happens in Laguna Beach. And that's not just the people up here, but it's really all the residents as well. So I'm hoping over the next few years, we can really be a model for civic discourse and really solving some of these big problems that we're dealing with. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I just have a few items. One is, as noted earlier, the Sawdust Winter Festival starts on November 22nd and it goes till December 22nd. So, if you're looking for unique gifts, it's really good to support our artists. It's a beautiful festival. It's pretty on the grounds, as Rachel described earlier. So if you can make it out there, I'd highly recommend it. We did have a great event with Rivian. They've just turned out to be a fantastic community partner. Of course, they gave us 2 vehicles for 3 years, which is we're going to be using for marine safety. But we use their venue all the time and for no cost, and it's just been absolutely fabulous. So very pleased about that. The Coast Film Festival is in full swing, and I want to note that on Thursday, November 14th at 6 p.m., there's a free movie on the promenade. So I think you bring a chair, you dress warmly, and it's from like 6 to 8:30. It should be really fun. So if you can make that, it'd be great. I want to thank Councilmember Weiss for his service. You know, serving on the council is a lot of work. Running for reelection is a lot of work. It's not really all that much fun, to be honest with you, but it's an arduous process. And the formal certification of the election actually happens probably the first part of December, because the Orange County Register takes a while to do their thing, count the votes and certify the election. But it does look like Bob and Hallie will be serving, and we welcome them. We'll be welcoming them later in December. And that's it for me. So council, we have, including the two presentations, we have 15 items on the consent calendar. Would anybody like to pull any?
12 and 13.
Okay, Alex, 12 and 13.
7 and 8.
Bob, 7 and 8. Anybody else, council?
Nope.
No? Anybody from the public want to pull anything on our consent calendar? If so, please come forward. No? Okay, I'll close the public hearing on that. Can I get a motion for the balance of the consent calendar?
I'll move the balance.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, item number 7.
Can we take those items after the speed bump? Is that possible? Is there a reason? What reason?
No, let's
we
just
can-
finish up right now. I want to finish up right
Who
now.
was the second on that? Alex moved it. Who
It was
seconded?
George.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to finish the consent calendar. Fine.
Okay.
Okay, item 7.
Item 7 is quick. I see Mark McAvoy here. Really, it's just one question. I spoke, and Tom Perez is here, spoke with Tom a few months ago about this, but looking at the contract and the scope of the work, we had talked about the possibility of bidding replacement of the boardwalk as an alternate. Did that happen or not?
Good evening, Councilmember Weiss. It did not happen based on the budget. We would still like to do that, but we were looking at doing that as more of a standalone remove and replacement, though we didn't know which contractor would be awarded the contract at the time. We will ask them about potentially doing a change order, was staff's plan. But you can see in here, we had to do a transfer based on the budget for the project coming in more than we had budgeted for it. So our plan was to request a change order. And if we can fit it in, we will. Otherwise, we would bid it as a standalone project.
Okay. Thanks for that, Mark. I just, obviously it's easier to do work all at one time if we can do it rather than disrupting the place twice. I mean, my personal view is that the condition of that boardwalk is not going to last very long. I mean, it's already in places in rough shape. So, okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
Council, any other questions for Mark while he's here?
Mayor, can I ask a question of Mark just for the public's edification? You want to talk a little bit about, Mark, about why you think the costs were so much higher at this point? Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Sure,
surprise
boss.
you.
Let me respond to that. Let me look at my notes here. So part of it is, as you're aware, we have a very, very robust design review process where we put our city projects through the same scrutiny that anyone else would go through on the private side. And that takes time. And so I'd say first and foremost, from the time this project was originally budgeted until now, multiple years have passed, multiple budget cycles, and construction costs only go in one direction, and that is exponentially higher every minute of every day. And so that would be one reason, that would probably be the primary reason if I were to speculate without hard data in front of me. Second would just be the components included changed over time. And so what you see before you today, what was bid out there, a little bit different than what was budgeted several years ago. Same scope of the project in general of a rehab of the park, but the components themselves are a little bit different.
Mark, I had a question for you about the cobblestones. I know those were replaced on an emergency basis some time ago, and were going to be different in the end. Are we leaving them the way they are?
the area we call the cobblestones that were replaced by emergency in June of
That was an
2021,
emergency appropriation
22.
because an event we were having and they were deemed to be in poor condition. But the goal was to put something that was permeable, much more, a more elegant sort of cobblestones and what that is printed stamped concrete.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, Councilmember Weiss. I can say the cobblestones, when they were replaced in kind. What was there was stamped concrete but a much thinner section. So when they were rebuilt much thicker and more structurally sound to last a long time. I'm not aware of a plan to make them permeable at that time, but I can look into that. But that area is not included in the work being done as part of this project.
Well, I think that was the plan, actually. I think there was an idea not to make a much more pretty or beautiful solution there, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll open the public hearing. Any comment on this item?
And Christoph, thank you for pulling this agenda item. I just want to say that this robust design review process was really quite effective, and staff was very responsive to the public comments. I think some of the comments actually reduced the cost because they were going to do a comprehensive replacement of all the grass. And, we and the Planning Commission did a stellar job of getting into the detail of how this rehab of Main Beach should take place. Because of all that, Ruben and Bob Borthwick and I and others of the public were very much involved in this. When the item was on the agenda for tonight, I opened the electronic agenda item and the plans weren't there. And so I didn't get those plans until this morning because of the holiday. And I think it would be good or actually necessary when there are these projects that come up on the agenda to be approved, the public should see what the plans say, not just what the bid says. So I'd like to ask to just postpone this for a little more time to get to be able to study the plans. But I have to say that they are restoring the light fixtures. They're restoring the benches. These are two major benefits that came out of this process. We started out with plastic benches and different lights that, were not what was originally designed. So the goal is to try to maintain the integrity of the original design. Ken Wood did the layout of the boardwalk. I think one of the most lovely features of the park. And it was originally Kapoor wood. Might think about that for when it gets replaced. So that would be my request, to have a little more time to look at those plans, and also that when other items like this come up, you should be publishing the plans on the website. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruben Flores. I'm with Ann on pretty much everything she said. Love that the light posts are going to be redone. Things that I don't think were taken into consideration is that there's a fire hydrant right there next to the ficus. If you go to Monarch Beach right now, they just trimmed out their ficus, their monument ficus, that ours could be as well. And we never do that. We should be allowing that tree to get as big and huge and beautiful as it can. But it's encased in concrete all the way around, and all that's going to happen in the future is that the tree is going to lift the concrete, and then everybody's going to get mad at the concrete. Doesn't make sense. The fire hydrant is there next to these roots. It also is subject to the growth of this tree. This tree's not going to slow down. So we're not thinking of the future if we're not going to move that fire hydrant. There's two palms that are presently underneath the canopy of the ficus, and I couldn't see the plans as Ann speaks, so I don't know that they're being scheduled to be moved out of that area and somewhere else in the park. The cobblestone, I think it was George that just mentioned it. And I remember you, Bob, at the meeting where they decided to how do you emergency a huge area like that in Main Beach? That was, to me, just crazy. But that it's not going to be done in a way that's befitting of Laguna Beach is sad to me if we're doing this and thinking of not readdressing this in 10 years. Why not put some real cobblestone down? And why not call it the cobblestone sundial? If you look at the plans, I looked at some really rough ones from the prior meeting. It looks like a broken heart shape, but it could be a beautiful sundial and reflect maybe ocean items on it. It's a lack of creativity there. The last one that I want to mention is in the plantings in the median strip and the canyon is full of grasses. And yet if you look at our slopes, our native slopes of Laguna Beach, there are no grasses. So the reflection of what really is native to Laguna and what we place in our planters is not the same. And I'd say that Laguna Beach is running about a 20% success rate at their plantings of all of the parks. So in other words, they go in beautiful, but they're using plants that aren't successful in our parks, and that's what gets installed. And then a year later, 2 years later, 70% of those plants are gone. The mulch gets bigger and thicker and broader, and then nobody goes back in there to make sure that that is maintained correctly. So maintenance, we should really invest in our maintenance in our town. And take a look at the park at the Montage as well as a reflection of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to speak? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Can I get a motion on this item?
Well, I'd move the recommended action, but I would like to ask or add a recommendation that we direct staff to take a look at the boardwalk as an alternate, as Mark suggested. And I think we should, I have a similar recollection to George. I think we were going to try to revisit that area down the road when we talked about it. So perhaps look at that as something to come back as a potential other project. I mean, this is our front yard. This is our living room. So this is, it should look really good. So I'd like to add that as a fourth recommendation, bid the boardwalk as an alternate and come back with some concept on the cobblestones.
And Bob,
I'll second that.
Just to clarify, that would be like as part of the CIP discussions, right?
Well, bidding the boardwalk as an alternate, I mean, the CIP discussions, when you say that, that's budget time.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming, I don't know, Mark, whether that's timing wise, when would you be looking to bid the alternate? You got to deal with the construction process.
Okay.
So we will talk to the contractor immediately and see if we can fit it within the contingency of this project and at least have a price sooner than later for the boardwalk portion. The cobblestone area to replace that with, permeable pavers or stone of some kind, that would need to be later.
Yeah, that's fine. I think we can put that in the normal CIP process, but I think the boardwalk as an alternate, we should strike while you're under contract.
Okay, so we had a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Bob, I think you pulled 8 as well.
Yeah, so I'm the liaison to the Housing and Human Services Committee. I think there's just one small, and Cody's here, Cody Engel's here, and Jennifer Savage is the staff person. I think there's just one small change. Jennifer, do you want to walk through, which really is converting this, I think, from a 1 to a 2 fiscal year work plan? So I'll turn it over to Jennifer.
Good evening, thank you. So at the top of the work plan attachment are dates for the work plan, and there was a typo ending the work plan in 2025 instead of 2026, as desired by the committee, and the city clerk is passing out a red line proposal for that change. So the work plan would go through June 30th, 2026.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Any questions for Jennifer? No? Okay.
I just, Cody Engels, the vice chair. Let me just, Cody, do you have anything to add on the work plan?
Only my apology. I didn't read the final draft. So we appreciate that a lot of work has gone into preparing this plan. It's very ambitious. And we really are committed to trying to get through it. And so it's going to take some time. So the fiscal year period makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Cody. Open the public hearing. Any comment on this item, public? No? Okay, I'll close the public hearing
I'd
and
move the recommended action with the change that was handed out to have it run through June 30, 2026.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Alex, I think you pulled 12.
Yeah, the Mark and the Gavin Kern, the assistant city manager, and I had a meeting this morning on the facility master plan topic, and I think there's some ambiguity in the action items that I wanted to make sure that we could clarify and have clear direction for staff. So that could be after public comment, but that's why I pulled the item.
Good evening, Gavin.
Good evening. You want me to make, I'm sorry, as I was moving down, did you want me to make some comments on this particular report?
Well,
Mayor
I was
Pro Tem?
thinking that the issues where there might be ambiguity, but would you want to do that after the public comment? I don't know.
No, absolutely. I could do a little. So Mayor and City Council, this is just a follow-up to the facilities master plan workshop. And so what I tried to do was incorporate many of the council, obviously all the council's comments as best I could. There was kind of a short window at the end of that workshop, not leaving a lot of time for kind of comments and then kind of confirmation. So some of this I took with comments as we went through. Some I looked and I thought I saw nods, and maybe I misinterpreted some nods or some approvals. So really this is coming back to talk a little bit about, just to make sure that the council is aware of the actions. And some of those things I think that were mentioned were the library restoration, making sure that we're clear on the library restoration. Some of the, at least my impression that I got, was to do some internal work to it and maybe some additional work on the outside, but there may be additional work the council may want us to do, a little more, kind of making a more world-class type of library, and I want to clarify that. And then the other, another item that came up was really the parking at the Laguna Beach Community Recreation Center. There was some discussion, I think, amongst the council to add, or at least look at, more parking to improve programming in the area or in that facility. But it was about expanding the parking in the existing, basically footprint, meaning the possibly at the field level or even in the neighborhoods, but not expansion beyond that. And there was a mention of a parking structure, but that was mentioned kind of as one council member mentioned the parking structure, but I maybe saw some nods, but I wasn't sure if that meant completely looking at a new parking structure in that area or just looking at using the field and some other areas for additional parking for the Laguna Beach Community Recreation Center. Those are just comments I've received. And obviously this is just to get feedback, just for clarification on some of those things.
So as it relates to the library, what I'm supportive of, and I don't know if there's support for this at the council level, is there's sort of two ways to approach this. One is where you just fix like the AC and sort of more, I would call it maybe a minor remodel, or like a comprehensive approach to remodeling it to, look at our way, how we're doing programming, and really a more significant remodel. So I'm in favor of a more significant remodel in line with the idea of, I like the idea of the historic restoration, but as opposed to a more minor remodel. That's where I am.
You want a minor remodel? You said?
No, I want like a major remodel.
What does that mean exactly?
Just like not putting money into the existing HVAC and things like that, but really looking at what are our needs at this library and how do we make this library address our needs.
It's almost a historic building, so I don't understand what you want to do. You want to change its footprint, make it bigger, make it.
Yeah, look at how we can make the library address the needs of. I mean, that was when we had the workshop on it. What I heard from the public was that we can really improve this and make this a truly world-class library.
Well, you can do that without actually tearing it down or
No, nobody
making
said
it a
tear
lot
it.
bigger. But what I'm saying, that the residents haven't driven that in their comments to say they want to change the library, bring it up to date, right? But it's
Yeah.
certainly perfectly usable facility as it is. It should be opened up, perhaps, like all libraries are. We discussed that with the county, so that the field division is all over in that library. You can see everything.
Yeah, that
And
sounds
that's
like a
the way
major,
libraries are
that
being
sounds
done.
like a major
That
remodel.
may or may not be,
Yeah.
a major
So Alex,
remodel.
if I hear you correctly, you're saying that you want to have an assessment done of the current facility, what's there currently, and to see how far we can take a remodel as far as. That's where I was with it. I thought we were going to do an assessment. It might need some seismic, I'm not sure, upgrading. And I think that, the area that is Spancrete right now over the parking lot area, I think that needs to be analyzed, and we need to understand the structural integrity of that. So, and then if all of that works out.
What's
then we can
structural
do a remodel.
integrity? Where is that?
The Spancrete over the parking area.
That's a problem, is it?
I
is
think
it
it
an
just
issue?
needs to be looked at by the engineers.
Okay, and it hasn't been done by the consultant? If not, why not?
I just,
They've had
that
plenty of
wasn't
time.
part of it because only a certain class of buildings were, they considered as far as seismic was considered. Fire stations, police stations.
We didn't
city
know
hall.
this 6 months ago when we hired the consultant. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
We didn't know that. We know it now. We just discovered that might be a problem.
Well, what we're talking about now is whether or not, Gavin is asking us to what extent we want to take the remodel. Do we
Yeah.
want to just do HVAC,
Uh-huh.
painting, some cleanup, or do we want to, as Alex just mentioned, a historic renovation, which I think is where you're at?
Well, I'm interested in historic reservation and getting it up to more modern standards inside, of course, so the space is more usable. We use the space down below. Perhaps the chamber would move elsewhere, so there could be study halls there. But we could have talked about this months ago when we discussed it, and now we're going to slow this project down to where you may not meet the August 2025 deadline for the money coming from the county.
Well, I certainly don't want to miss the deadline for money. Where are we at with that, Gavin? Will that have an effect on that, or can we have a talk with the county?
So we have had at least a couple of conversations with the county and with regards to the capital improvements, as long as you have identified what those improvements are going to be by August 2025 and basically encumber the money for those projects, I think we meet the requirements, and we've kind of talked to the county in that respect. So as long as it's been identified what the projects are, what the costs are going to be, and how we're going to move forward, they'd be comfortable with August 2025.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So what's here on the library restoration in the agenda report, the second bullet point is focus on restoring the building's historic facade
Mhm.
and enhancing interior functionality, which is what I hear you saying.
Mhm.
So doesn't that cover it?
No, well, so this morning we were talking about it, and Gavin was saying that talking about it in the context of HVAC and putting sort of good money into the existing footprint with the assumption of keeping it kind of the same. And
I would read enhancing interior functionality more
So-
broadly.
I guess I'm trying to get into, I think we want to give clear council direction so that staff knows what we're looking for. So do we want a comprehensive approach to improving the library? Do we want to just sort of keep it as is and bring it up to code? And that's the question, I think.
Well, I think what we talked about last time was restoring the historic facade, right? Everybody's sort of in agreement on that. And then on the interior, I think for my money, I'd make it, to me, there's no limit on the inside. You're doing whatever you need to do to enhance interior functionality. If you're designing a library today in that space, it would be very different than what's there now, interior.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I'm with you. Have at
Right,
it.
so I think we're on the same page. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, open the public hearing. Anybody want to talk on this item? No? Oh, okay.
Hi, I'm Nikki. The library smells really bad. So if you can just solve that problem, it would be really great. And I think it goes beyond just HVAC. So if it could be like what Alex is saying, I would love that because, and also, I used to live in Corona Del Mar and the library was just remodeled there. And I think it's a great one for people to go look at because it's really kid friendly. And I think we live in a community where there are a lot of young families. So just as another library that was just recently remodeled, it's a good one to check out.
Okay, thanks, Nikki. Anybody else? Did you raise your hand back there? Oh, okay. I saw a
Thumbs
hand.
up.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Council, I'll bring it back for the motion here.
Well, do we still need to talk about the parking at the
At the community center?
So,
Community center.
so at the Laguna Beach Community Recreation Center, this was just one for the council. I know we talked about, or the council talked about parking at that facility. And it would just be helpful if that is meeting to look at just the, say, for example, the field and ways to improve just the surface area to accommodate additional parking. For example, I believe the field itself could accommodate additional 70 spaces if we used it for parking, or to take it a step further and potentially look at a parking structure as well at that facility. And so that would be just clarification, just so for staff, we can spend the time, at least if we're going down to do a parking structure, we can, of course, put staff time toward that process as well.
Okay.
So if you went down the path of studying a parking structure, would we still just use the field for temporary parking?
I am not an engineer by trade, but I would think you could use the parking on the field temporarily. I just don't know what the improvement is, but when we talked about it a few years ago, it seemed like it was a simple improvement to to that field area, and it wouldn't be impactful. So you could still do that and the parking structure. Yes, later.
So I had a meeting with Michael Litchi and some of his staff down there, and Dave was there. And we talked about that a little bit. And I think the options are, you could convert all of that field to parking. I'm not sure that's a good idea. You could convert some of it and maybe put up, a pickleball court or two, or some other recreational facility. You could also, if you go down and look at the field, the way it's configured, they thought, with the smaller community pool that we gave direction as a council to go pursue, there's a possibility of looking at that on the field while still doing some parking on the field. But I think the main message that needs to be delivered there is staff needs to come back with solutions on parking that will allow that facility to be utilized to its maximum capacity. So that's really what I think the direction should be.
I agree with that.
So all solutions, temporary and permanent.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. We should, whatever the constraints are, need to be addressed so it can be fully utilized. And some of that may include, that I know there's discussions ongoing. I haven't been involved in any of them, but again, with the Hometown America, right, with those spots on Coast Highway, whether those can be counted
That's
as
what I was
utilized,
thinking.
for capacity at the site. So that's why I would say more generally, staff should just come back. We should direct staff to come back with options for parking capacity to allow for full utilization of that facility.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. Any further comment on this?
Is that enough, Gavin?
Yeah, is it?
I think so. Thank
Okay,
you.
good. Okay. We don't need a motion for this, do we, Megan? We just, or should we? We should make a motion? Okay. Okay. Whose motion? Who's going to make the motion?
So I would move the recommended actions with, let's see, the library restoration to direction to be, a full analysis of improving the interior functionality, not limited HVAC, but a complete look at the interior and the layout and the space. And then on the Laguna Beach Community Recreation Center to direct staff to, on the parking option, to evaluate all options for increasing parking capacity at the site, both on a temporary and a permanent basis.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I think, Alex, you pulled 13, which is
Yeah, so,
the planning division update and workload summary for September and October.
yes, this is quick on mine. I just wanted to say, this is, I think, the number one issue that we're dealing with, which is the backlog logging community development. It really needs to be addressed. And I think this is really comprehensive, all the work that we're doing. And so I appreciate that work. And at some point, I'd like to see, and I don't know when that would be, but we need to figure out kind of what our plan is to clear the backlog with a timeline and metrics. And so I'm hoping we can get to that point soon. And I think I'm speaking for I think everyone in the council would agree that we're willing to provide whatever resources are needed to get this done because it's such an important issue.
Dave, you have any comments?
I appreciate the Mayor Pro Tem's comments. I really appreciate too David Contreras and Anthony's work as well as other team members. Those include Megan and Jane, Matt Schneider, Wendy, and the team at Community Development is really focusing on addressing the backlog. We'll keep you posted on how we're doing, but this report does show some of the things that we've been working on. And we missed our Monday huddle because it was a holiday, so I don't have the latest update, but we'll make sure we're continuing to make progress because I think we were seeing a light at the end of the tunnel just a couple weeks ago. I don't know if you guys think it's a train today or not, but if you wanted to comment, Anthony or David, please do. But if you have any updates from what's provided in the staff report.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'll just add on to what the city manager just mentioned. And what's indicated in the staff report is that we're continuing to iterate on our strategies for addressing the backlog. So there are a number of strategies and they address different buckets. We have staff reports and zoning plan checks. And in addition to your monthly updates, this being the first monthly update of perhaps several more to come, we are meeting internally on a weekly basis, and we do look at new statistics from week to week. And we do shift resources, ramp up resources in response to those new numbers. And I think you'll hopefully see positive trends in your future monthly updates. And with that, if you have any questions for us, happy to elaborate on anything in that report.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. Any questions?
So David, when do you think we can get this backlog cleared?
That is a great question. But as a staff report provides, we are making good headway. We have a handful of strategies that we've put in place. We've outlined them in the report. With respect to resources, we are onboarding 3 new limited term planners, associate level, that will be joining us soon. And their mission is to help specifically with the backlog.
So we don't have a like 2025, 2026. When do we have any rough idea of a timeline? And is that something?
If I could give you a season, let's talk about a season. If we can talk about a season, we're into winter here, and as we're approaching spring, which now we're going to be looking at February, March. We're hoping before then to be showing you different numbers than what you're seeing today.
So if we want to talk seasons, then could we get it backlog cleared in the winter season?
Well, based on the strategies that we've put in place, we're doing our best with the staffing that we have currently. Again, we do have a staffing resource issue that's part of what's created this backlog issue.
So, okay. So I guess what I want to see is sort of a plan of what are the staffing resources that you need? Is it 10 people? Is it how many people do you need to clear the backlog and then figure out how we can go from there? Because I want to be able to make sure that we're giving you the resources that you need to really do this job and get this done.
Sure, and we appreciate that. So, we were estimating to hire 5 limited term planners. We're currently onboarding 3 planners, working on a 4th potentially. And these are staff resources that we estimated about 2 months ago that we would need to help us boost and get out of this backlog.
So by Q2 2025, or what's the winter?
So again, we're looking at, we're into winter here. We're looking at winter, early spring of showing you data that's much different than what you're seeing here.
Why don't we do this? We're going to have another update inside of 30 days.
That is correct.
So maybe when you come back in 30 days, would it be possible to actually have some target dates,
We'll
when-
make sure we do.
And Megan, will you kind of merge some of the comprehensive code update deadlines or, dates into what he's doing? Because I know a lot of it has to do with the efficiency that's happening in the planning department,
Yeah.
or
So
their ability to perform
to the extent,
more efficiently.
yeah, to the extent that the very long term, the comprehensive code update, and then in the shorter term, the efficiency ordinance is, the hope is that that will alleviate some of the burden that is imposed on staff by the number of criteria that are required by the code. Because currently the code, for example, for design review effectively has 4 findings and 16 design criteria. Each of those a planner has to go through each of those and make that finding. There's no flexibility under the code to not do that. And so if the efficiency ordinance proceeds and some of those criteria, for example, are reduced, that will reduce the staff burden in preparing those reports. And hopefully that convergence of more resources and a streamlined effort will come together and help produce results in a quicker pace for the turnaround.
When's our next meeting having to do with the comprehensive code update for the subcommittee?
So we're looking at scheduling a meeting in December.
Okay.
With the vendor?
Correct, the vendor and the ad hoc committee. We recently held our kickoff meeting with De Novo Planning Group. And so right now we are providing assistance with data collection and information that they need to get them going, while at the same time they're preparing a date-specific timeline for us. So the hope is by the time we meet with the ad hoc committee and De Novo Planning Group, we have some product to show you.
Great, thank you.
David, I have a question. One of the complaints I've received from residents says that plan check is submitted, they get the plan check back, they correct the errors, they resubmit it, they find more errors, maybe because the plan checker has changed or something else. But this has been a common problem that it's taking so long to turn around in between. Is that something you've addressed in your plan here? And what is the nature, severity of that problem?
So yes, what you mentioned is corrections that are coming back a second or third time that are different from the original or the
Yeah.
first plan check correction.
Different category.
Correct.
Yeah.
Some of that, what we identified was due to some of the staff loss that we had when that project was reassigned to a new planner. That planner conducted a thorough review of the project and identified additional items that were needed to be corrected. So through that process, we've now have weaned out which projects those are. And we're working with the planners to develop a checklist that's specific to identifying some of these issues on the first turnaround. So that you don't see what you mentioned, which is a second.
The
or
idea is
third
to get it
review.
done the first time, have it checked, all the check
Correct.
boxes are there. Otherwise, you hold the planner accountable for not.
That is correct. And that's something that Anthony is helping us with in
So
creating
you're
that.
getting closer
checklist.
to that? You're halfway there or you're all the way there? It's not?
Well, with respect to the checklist itself, that product, that is still underway.
Okay.
Um,
The other question I have is the chart on page 5 shows an increase in the number of workload from 103 to 162 on the applications out for corrections, for example, and you're expecting to have that number down, although the volume's increasing. How do you do that? The volume's increasing and you want to bring that number down further, which is commendable. I agree, but this is the first time I've seen this kind of data. Is the volume historically, what is going on? What is causing this huge, well, if it's huge, or it's an historical anomaly over the last?
So we did see an influx in the summer, a large influx of
10%, 20, 30?
project submittals. I don't know if I have a percentage.
Okay.
Anthony, do we have a percentage? No, we don't have the historic data. However, we did identify a very large influx. We don't know if it was a market condition that caused it. While at the same time, while we're having that influx, we're also losing staff.
Okay.
And so that created, again, part of that equation to the backlog.
Okay, thank you.
first of all, I want to thank the city manager and David, you and Anthony for bringing this forward. I think having this monthly is going to help us kind of track this and see how we're doing and what we need to tweak. The information here is helpful. I think one other thing that I hear is a concern, and you can't ascertain from here, but maybe you could develop some data on, is how long it takes to get through the process. So if you go up to this, if you look at this chart, which has got a lot of steps on it, right? The applicant uses portal to set an appointment. So that's sort of the starting point for them, really. I mean, they may have come in to ask some questions beforehand, but they go to the portal now and they say, I'm ready to go. And I push the button on the portal. And how long does it take on average to get through down to project goes to building permit? And there's probably, categories that are exempt. There's categories that have to go to DR and Planning Commission. But that's what people want to know. And if it's taken 250 days to get through, that's not good. If it's, 90 days, maybe that's not so bad. But we need to develop data, I think, on the throughput, the timeline average. I know they're going to vary project to project, but maybe we could just kind of look at some averages.
I really appreciate that comment, Councilmember Whalen, and that is something that's been a goal of ours, is to try to identify and be transparent about how long it takes, generally depending on the type of project, because I think it's shorter with some and longer with others, especially if DRB is involved. I wanted to also thank the community development team, and this is kind of a way of responding to the Mayor Pro Tem's question about, do you just need more resources, which I really respect that offer. I've come to the conclusion that the right resources should be expended with our current staff and people who know our system so well, because our system is so confusing and so different from everybody else's, that the kind of training that Megan and Jane are doing and are about to do more of is essential to allow our current staff to process things under our system more quickly. And I'm sorry it's taken so long. It's taken a long time just to get these limited term planners on board, which is why we've also looked for retirees who know our system, and we've got 2 of them back. And other people who are also come from more complex cities who are retirees who can come back and help us with some things. So I wish this problem had a simple answer. It probably has 10 complex answers, but know that we're really focused on it. I'm really focused on it. And I hope to report better data and better results to you soon.
I don't really think you can solve this problem unless you have good data. 'Cause you don't know where, and this is why I always want to use lean engineering, because that's how you figure it out. But, I'm kind of curious, because I remember before when we were working on this, before the pandemic, when we were working on this, we had examples of when so it was really at step where the designer returns corrected plans, and that was also a bottleneck. So what happens? So the process stops until the designer returns the plans back, right? And so I guess my question too is, how often does that cause a problem? Because if I'm in the process flow, and I'm the designer, and I mess around and I don't get my plans back for 2 months, then what happens to me? I get back in line. What happens? I mean, those are the kind of things.
No, that's a great point. And it is part of the bottleneck, but it's one of the things I'm so excited about getting EnerGov up and running is that will allow people to see, the applicant to see where it is.
Mhm.
Is it held at the city and still subject to review at the city? Or is it now with the applicant's contractor? And I say this respectfully because they've got a lot of work to do and they have to navigate through our system. And I mean contractor, I mean designer, architect. But at least folks will know where it is, and none of us will be able to hide at that point.
Yeah.
That's planned to go live, if not sooner. Our target is for the first, as noted in the staff report, the 15th of January, which is not far off,
Mhm.
less than 70 days.
Okay.
And you're beta testing that right now?
We're beta testing it now, and I really appreciate those architects, designers that are beta testing it with us to make sure that when it does go live with the larger population, that it'll be simple and straightforward.
Okay. Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody want to comment on this item?
Thank you. I appreciate Dave Kiff's comment regarding the knowledgeable staff. And I agree that bringing on just more planners who don't understand the code is not going to help very much. But I wonder how we're using those retirees. I've been told that they're just doing plan checks. And it seems to me that they should be guiding this process and finding out where, and training others and watching how others are doing plan checks because they're the ones that have been doing it for years. And just to have them be doing plan checks doesn't seem to be the best use of their time. I just encountered this weekend a visit to a site that had been staked. The architect says he was told some information about setbacks that turns out to be incorrect. So he says, I went to planners 3 times and they all told me that this is the way it's supposed to be. And I said, I wrote the code, so I know how it's supposed to be. And I cited it to him. I wrote it to him. He's not accepting it now because he's been told by staff the wrong way. So this is the danger that inexperienced staff is not necessarily telling the right information. I don't think we should be blaming the code. I don't think revising the code is the panacea here. I think people can learn the code and just do the job. I think going through revising this code is going to be a nightmare. It's going to be so difficult, and things are going to fall through the cracks that we've been relying on to protect our city. And we've been working on this code for a long time, and those 16 items on design review are all very good. There's no need to get rid of them. Staff seems to just say this project conforms with every one of them anyway. They're not analyzing these projects properly. They're just saying words to say that the project conforms. That's my experience. They're relying on the public to come up with problems that might be real. And we used to have staff that really analyzed things, that went to the properties and see the situation. So there was one project where if you just looked at Google Earth, you could see it was full of major trees, and yet the city staff said, there's nothing here. There's no significant features on this property. So I don't know what the answer is either. I'm glad they're working on it. I suggest we use the retirees in a more effective manner and maybe get more of them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing then. Bring it back to council. Any further comments, council, or updates?
No,
No?
I just move the recommended action. It's just file
Second.
and receive.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's the conclusion of our consent calendar. How many people are here for item 16, which is the Bluebird Canyon traffic calming? Okay, we're going to take a break for a couple minutes here because we'll be sitting up here for a while, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. That, no, that was it was in place of a gavel. Okay, good. So this is item 15 or 16, Bluebird Canyon traffic calming update. I was going to ask a question here, if you could just raise your hand. How many people live either in the 800 block of Bluebird Canyon and up into the canyon? Okay, good. How many speakers do we have? Okay. Okay, good. Okay, everyone has 2 minutes. So just come on. Do we want to have a staff? We need a staff report? Anybody want a staff report?
If it's okay, I'd prefer the staff report on this one. I usually don't say that. but
Okay, that's fine.
okay.
Yeah.
Brief.
Okay. Go ahead.
We'll keep it brief.
Okay,
Good
thanks, Mark.
evening, Mayor and council members. Mark Tressick with Public Works. So this item is council's review of a speed table that was included with traffic calming measures that were installed last year on Bluebird Canyon Drive between Crest Street and Rancho Laguna Road. The traffic calming measures consisted of a speed table, basically an elongated speed bump, some narrowed traffic lanes down to 10 feet, and then widened paint marking stripings. The speed table was approved with the condition that it was reviewed by the city council a year after its installation. So to assist in your review of the speed table, staff had a follow-up speed survey conducted, which revealed a reduction in the critical speed from 33 miles per hour taken in 2022 before speed table was installed to 28 miles per hour post-installation. Also, 3 complaints were received during that period since the speed table was installed, including no complaints from public safety officials. The city has received requests on this item in this area dating back to 2009 or even earlier. So for brevity, just included the last 5 years of history. So in 2019, the PTC Parking Traffic Circulation Committee denied a request for a speed hump there, but rather requested that a full-blown traffic calming study be prepared. So that was prepared, and it was determined that the speed limit along a portion of that Bluebird Canyon Drive be reduced from 30 to 25 miles per hour. Once the traffic calming study was complete, PTC reviewed it, recommended some traffic calming improvements, such as radar speedback signs, edge line striping, and then refreshed signing and striping. Council approved that. That was installed in 2020. After those traffic calming improvements were in place for a period of time in 2022, a follow-up traffic calming study and speed survey was conducted. And that's the one that was determined the 33 mile per hour critical speed. And at that time, the PTC, when they reviewed that, they recommended increased speed enforcement and speed trailers. The city council approved the traffic calming measures that were included in that, which include what I've already discussed, the speed table, as well as the striping improvements. With, as I mentioned, the condition that the city council review it after a year. And so last year, those were installed. And like I mentioned, the follow-up speed survey was done in 2024, coming up with a critical speed of 28 miles per hour in both directions. And so that concludes the report to receive and file.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Any questions for Mark?
I have a question. Mark, there are various kinds of traffic calming devices. This is one of them. There are humps on Temple Hills Drive. I think there's speed tables near the high school. How many other different varieties are there, and how do you choose this one? And was this one the permanent one if we chose to keep it, or would it change?
So first question, what are the different types of traffic calming measures and how are they installed? There's various kinds of striping installations. On Temple Hills Drive, there's some edge line markings, widening the striping is common, narrowing lanes to make it look like you're traveling on a narrower road. And then the ultimate is a speed bump or speed hump is longer, and the speed table is even longer than that. And the speed table was recommended by City Council in this particular instance. But
Okay.
the city has
All right.
a few speed tables at other locations, like you mentioned on Temple Hills Drive, and there's a few speed humps on other streets throughout the city as well that have been approved over the years.
So do you actually determine which device to use, or we did in this case? Is that what you're saying?
You did in this case. Usually it's the Parking, Traffic, and Circulation Committee
Okay.
that recommend a speed hump or versus a speed table, and that's
So
the recommendation that comes to you.
of the devices, is this one the most that slows traffic down the most, or is the hump, or what is? Is there levels of that? I mean, calming, more calming, most calming.
In general, the longer the rise and the fall are apart from each other, the less impact it has on the vehicle. So a speed table would be
I see.
the least of those, and a speed bump, as you bring those closer together, is the most severe. And there's designs for different speeds of what type you put in.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question to the fire chief?
It's your calling.
Chief King, thank you for being here. So what is the fire department's perspective on this? Will this undermine the fire department's ability to respond to emergencies?
Yeah, good evening. Nico King, Fire Chief. Back when we were originally getting the proposals for any kind of devices that are going to slow vehicles down, I was in opposition, thinking that these were going to be the raised speed bumps for the purposes of our response up into Bluebird Canyon and, of course, for evacuation. But what we found were the speed tables. They're designed and engineered, as you've heard, for people to travel the speed limit. So fire equipment is able to travel the speed limit, responding up into Bluebird Canyon, and we're not finding any issues.
So and you answered my second question, that you're saying that this will not have an impact on a resident evacuations. Is that the fire department's perspective?
That is the fire department's perspective. Those evacuation studies were designed for people traveling the speed limit. And so this device actually is designed to travel over them at the speed limit.
And then so if we were saying that we wanted to turn this into a speed bump, at that point, you would be opposed to that because that would impact both evacuation and response times.
Yeah, I think the speed table is sufficient for response in and evacuations out.
Thank you.
Yep.
Chief, how fast could you go over a speed table? I mean, if you're going to go up to the top of Bluebird Canyon, there's a fire up there, you're not going to go the speed limit, right?
We do usually try to travel a speed limit. At times when the roads are clear, we'll go up to 10 miles above it. But yeah, we try to travel safely and efficiently. So we wouldn't be traveling too far over the speed limit.
Okay. Okay. All right. Any other questions for the chief or? No? Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Everybody, you have 2 minutes. How many people haven't spoken at a council meeting before? Okay. Okay, so you just come up and we have a little timer. When it's yellow, it gives you 30 more seconds. Okay, so.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Gall. I've lived on 1165 Bluebird Canyon my basically entire life. I remember a time when there was just the one stop sign on Oriole. That was before all this. Over the years, I've experienced the landslide that happened and a few other instances in Bluebird Canyon where it was very dangerous for the one-way in and one-way out. So with the preventative measures of slowing everyone down, that's a great idea. I'm all in for. But the use of a speed table and the stop signs, I believe that the speed table is a little bit overkill, right? A lot of people have gotten tickets for speeding. I believe that, you know, if you really, really want to stop speeding there, assign a police officer to go there twice a week or something, catch a few people, a lot of it will slow down. That's basically it. I am very unhappy with the speed table, and, you know, really just kind of I have questions about the future and more restrictions that will come. And I'm just not happy with it. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Nicholas.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and city staff. My name is Teresa Prelitz, a 14-year resident of Bluebird Canyon, and I'm here to urge you to keep the speed table near Bluebird Park as a permanent fixture for our neighborhood. I come before you not just as a resident, but as a mother deeply invested in the safety and well-being of everyone in our community. Bluebird Canyon is a cherished space, as you know, where families walk their children in strollers, residents walk their dogs, joggers run, cyclists ride. It's one of the unique treasures that make our community vibrant and inviting. However, with this beauty comes a responsibility to ensure that those windy roads that we have in Bluebird Canyon don't become a pathway of danger. For years, Bluebird Canyon has been plagued by drivers frequently speeding, often rolling through stop sign and endangering everyone who shares the road, whether or not police are present or not. It slows them for a little while, and then we go back to speeding. The speed table has transformed our streets. It slows the cars, commands attention, and protects lives. I'd just like to share a personal story. My daughter, Giselle, who is here today, has Down syndrome, frequently walks to Bluebird Park. For her and many others with and without disabilities, the speed table isn't just a traffic measure, it's a lifeline. It offers her and others a safe path to enjoy the neighborhood without the constant fear of speed or inattentive drivers. Safety should never be a luxury. It must be guaranteed for all, regardless of age or ability. So as members of this council, you have the power to shape a more safe and inclusive Laguna Beach. This is more than about roads, it's about lives, and I implore you to keep the speed table as a permanent measure of protection. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa.
Hi, I live here at Laguna Beach, and I want to say, all the cars, when, like, I got hit, it's not good for me. I don't like it at all. So, I want to say, tell all the cars and slow down, and I love to say, like, I got scared and I don't like it at all. And not feel good. I want speed bumps, slow down. I haven't been here. I live here at Laguna Beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good job.
Good evening, Bruce Moore. I live in the back of Bluebird Canyon. I'm retired. I drive about 18,000 miles a year, each and every year. I make 5 round trips out of there every day. So I go over this specific bump 10 times a day. Let me give you a more specific example. When I take when you put this bump in, I would take my son to the high school. So I would go over this bump, then I'd go over the 2 bumps on Short, then I'd drop him off at the theater. Then I'd go up to Alta Laguna Park to do my thing. And I'd go over the Alta Laguna Boulevard bumps. And then when I'd come back down, I'd go down Temple Hills, go over those 2 bumps, the Alta Laguna bumps, and then back over the Bluebird bumps. So that'd be 10 speed bumps in one trip to the park. And it's just kind of ludicrous. That's my personal experience with this. It's going to be, this isn't a one-time thing. It's going to be 10 times a day, every day for the rest of my life. And I did the math, it's 73,000 times. Hopefully with sick days and vacations, I can reduce that to 50,000 times. But it's just ridiculous. Let me talk about what I think are the irrelevant issues. I hear people talk about child safety, fire safety, the Bluebird Park. I don't think any of that matters. What this is about is a guy bought a house on Bluebird Canyon there for $2 million, and he wants to change his environment, the speed. Nothing's ever happened. No one's ever been hit. No one's been killed. So I've been here 25 years. It's all nonsense. It's just somebody trying to change their environment, and he enlisted George Weiss to push this forward, and that's where we are today.
Excuse me, sir, can I ask you a question?
No, I don't take questions.
I'm asking
Let me
you.
finish. I got 2 minutes. Let me speak. You can
Please
do whatever
do.
you want.
Please
You've
do.
been talking for 4 years. Shut up.
Whoa,
Yeah.
wow, that's kind of obnoxious.
Okay, let's not have a back and forth.
It's a
Go
little bit
ahead.
obnoxious, sir, and I
I
take
am.
issue with it.
I am.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, we're not going to have a back and forth. He is-
Can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just asked the council to take a more societal viewpoint. There's 300 homes behind this bump, and you're punishing 300 homes for the actions of a few speeders. That's just not the way we do things. It's not fair. The answer to a traffic problem is traffic enforcement. I think the police should engage in traffic enforcement. When I'm out on Crown Valley, I see the sheriff's department pulling people over all the time. When I'm out on Newport Coast, I see them pulling people over all the time. I've never seen anyone pulled over on that road ever in my 25 years. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I've just never seen it. And so the answer is traffic enforcement. And last time they were here, they were talking about, we're down a motor officer, IOD. You don't need motor officers to engage in traffic enforcement. I encourage each of you to go on a ride along, daytime ride.
Here, where's the 2 minutes
and
here?
look.
Where's
and,
the 2 minutes?
He's interrupting
Yeah.
again.
I will
George,
if you're obnoxious. Yeah,
I'm done.
I will.
I've had enough. Good
will.
night.
Okay,
I'll never
thank you.
vote for any of you ever again because you put in the speed bump, no matter what you do tonight. Have a good one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, my name's Donna and I live at Oriole, 909 Oriole, and I have complained about this speed bump. It's a killer speed bump. It's a whiplash speed bump. It's more like a curb, going over a curb. I drive a pickup truck with a stiff suspension and it's like, it jerks you. So what I do to avoid this thing is I go around it. If there's not any cars parked near that slope with all the dirt falling down, and if you go down the other direction, you see skid marks. Now, on September the 30th, I had a very painful episode with my head. I called somebody to take me to Hoag Hospital. It has something, I think I submitted it in the email to the city council. It was excruciatingly painful. And the lady who drove me to the hospital did not take that speed bump very carefully. And boy, was it painful. When I got to the hospital, they did a CT scan on me. And they gave me a diagnosis. I can't even pronounce what they told me, what it is. It starts with I think I sent it to you. I have a follow-up appointment with the neurologist. I cannot imagine having to go through this over that thing for the rest of my life. It's not necessary to have one there. And I see from my kitchen window, there are police officers parked there stalking people that don't stop at that stop sign. So it's beyond where the speed bump is anyway.
My name is Bill Sharp. I live at 904 Bluebird Canyon. I think the biggest problem here is whether it's a speed table or a reverse pothole. It's the entry into that table that's really detrimental because it's very steep. It wasn't made to be transitioned smoothly, and it should have been. So you asked the question earlier, is this permanent or are they going to change it? If there's a smooth entry into a speed table, that's nothing more than a difference in texture to ride across so you hear the texture and you know what you're doing. But when you have to hit a reverse pothole, and that's what that is, how many of you want to do that? Really, because it just, there's no entry into it and it doesn't work well. Make it permanent or follow some of the recommended installations for that manufacturer. Cut a little bit of the paving out, and you can do that very easily. My God, you've got a lot of paving being cut all over the place, and make the entry smooth. Drop it 3/4 of an inch, so you go into it, you go up, You go with a lot of noise, it's going to slow you down. That's what basically they're after for this rumble. And then go out the other side. Don't hit it at a 45 to 55-degree angle for an inch. That's what hurts everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
I'm just going to read mine. Good evening. My name is Trisha Harper, and I live at 892 Bluebird Canyon since 1998, and I'm a 54-year resident of Laguna Beach. As you contemplate your decision tonight, it's important to remember that there have been exactly 0 pedestrian fatalities on this stretch of Bluebird Canyon Drive ever. There has been 1 pedestrian-involved accident, which was determined to be the fault of the pedestrian who entered the roadway without looking. So one might ask, what's changed to make Bluebird Canyon Drive suddenly the most dangerous street in Laguna? One so dangerous that it requires hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars spent on speed studies, PTT staff, and countless meetings spent debating the efficacy of speed bumps. The population hasn't significantly increased. In fact, there are likely fewer families with young children today than in the past because of economic and cultural changes. Cars don't naturally go faster than they used to. In fact, I'm not even arguing that people don't speed here because they do. So what's changed? The answer is that some newer residents who knowingly bought homes on a busy road are pushing for traffic calming measures because they find it difficult to back out of their driveway, and they also falsely believe that a bump will make the road safe for children. Approving this bump opens a Pandora's box. It sets a precedent, inviting other BBC Drive residents to demand bumps too, which could delay emergency response times even more for those of us behind the bump. You'll have a hard time arguing against more bumps if you approve the permanent installation of this one. In the dark ages of the early 2000s, when I was raising my children here, we taught our kids to be hyper aware of traffic when they were young. We walked with them. I'd like to end with a quote. Julie Lythcott-Hames, the author of How to Raise an Adult, captures the essence of fostering independence and resilience in children when she says, prepare the child for the road, not the road for the child. This bump will not make this road safe for children or pedestrians. I urge you to vote against permanent installation.
Hey, thanks, Tricia.
Evening, Council. Chris Prelitz, 1215 Bluebird Canyon. For 20-something years, I've been there. And I agree with the last speaker that the installation itself is probably the problem, that if this was a gradual approach, asphalt one, similar to what was done on Temple Hills Drive, you wouldn't have any problem at all. The problem is it's just got a real steep entry on it. But back to the main reason why it's there, I chaired the Complete Street Task Force, and we found out that if you are hit by a car that's going 25, you've got a 90% survival rate. But if you're hit by a car going 40, it's a 50-50 coin toss if you live or die. It's that much difference on speed. So I don't know the critical speed that they're talking about, but I'm guessing it's an average. Some folks go 20, some go 40. As even the last person who didn't want it said, people speed in this area. So that's why I'd love to keep it. But do a permanent one with the gradual approach, as the past speaker said, I think will be perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
My name is Colby Lee, and I live on the 800 block of Bluebird Canyon Drive. And I have really liked the speed bump because it's helped slow a lot of people down and made me feel safer when I walk my dog. I think that the permanent speed bump would be a lot more helpful because it's smoother and it slows people down more. And I don't see why you should vote against it. Thank you.
Thanks, Colby.
I'm Carol Lee, that's my son, and so now I'm all emotional because I enjoy seeing him part of the democratic process here. I'm grateful that there's even a temporary speed table there. I appreciated this there. It has made it much safer for walkers, joggers, drivers. I'm also in agreement that a permanent speed table that is out of asphalt, as you see in Lower Temple Hills, would make it less abrupt when driving over it. Even though our home is directly adjacent to it, I still have to drive over it every day. So I understand that aspect. At the same time, there are pros and cons to everything. And our town has a lot of speed tables, unfortunately, because a lot of people drive recklessly. So I would appreciate you guys considering making it permanent. Thank you.
Thanks, Kara.
Hello, I'm Carly, and this is Emma. This is her first council meeting. And I live in Lower Bluebird. I have 3 kids. I'm a mom here. All 3 of my kids go to all 3 of the local schools. And I am very much in favor of the speed bump simply because it's a safety issue. I mean, I'm constantly walking my kids to the beach, to the park. And unfortunately, in that area on both sides, we don't have sidewalks and cars park on both sides. So when I'm walking my 3 kids, I'm literally having to walk in the road just to access our beautiful, lovely park. So if there's a way to reduce the speed, even by 7 miles per hour, I feel like that's a significant win for our community and the safety of our children. A gentleman said there's been no accidents in that area, and that's false. We have seen cars fly by that hill and hit parked cars that have actually rolled over. If that was a kid or that was a person, they wouldn't be standing here today. So whether it's an inconvenience for people and they don't like the bump, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the way the bump is intact. I do feel like it is a little abrupt. I feel like if it was a rounder, more permanent structure, it would be easier to get through and it would have the big benefit of safety for our children and the community. So I am very much in favor of keeping it and maybe modifying it to a more permanent structure just to keep our kids, our dogs, and our community safe. Or put in some sidewalks in that area because there's really no place to safely walk. Thank you for your time. Emma's 4, did you want to say anything? No?
Hello.
She had a whole speech plan, so
Okay.
she's in favor of it though. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Alicia Bradbury. My address is 998 Meadowlark Drive, but the bottom of our lot actually goes to the bottom of Bluebird Canyon Lane, which is the inlet that you walk up and it feels like you're almost at Bluebird Park. And so being in that lower Bluebird section, I also have 3 children. We walk often. And that little short stretch, which is after the speed bump, is still a scary walk. And so I just want, maybe you guys can walk that sometime this week to better understand the road, but just that little section that we do, it is 3 kids, no sidewalks, you know, everyone's to the side within the white lines. And so I do remember the car accident that happened there at night a few years ago. I can't remember what year, but I drive this road multiple times a day, but more importantly, walking. And I think that the cars are going to race down the hill no matter what. So the speed table is a positive. I think changing it, as people have said previously, I talked to another neighbor that couldn't be here. She said, can we change it to make it a little softer or something like that? She's in support of that. I think also something that hasn't been talked about is the vigilance it takes to drive on this road. Maybe 8:20 on a weekday, everyone's heading to school. I think that you're looking, but everyone's distracted. Drivers are distracted on their phones, it's proven. And so there's pedestrians on both sides, cars on both sides. And I think that that's also something that hasn't really been said as these distracted drivers. And that also is something to look at for safety. And so, yeah, we're in favor of this. And here's my daughter who's 11, her civics lesson today.
Hi, my name is Brielle, and I like to walk to the Bluebird Park by myself with my family or with friends. And it's like I don't really like when cars like go speeding by, and I think the speed bump should stay.
Good job, Riel.
Hi, I'm Nikki. Thanks for listening to me talk again. So the fact that anyone's even considering removing the speed table is deeply concerning to me, knowing that people are still speeding over the limit of 25 miles an hour. We know that just by what they had mentioned. And also just to talk about the speed bump really quick, I know that it might not be really like the way that it's designed might not be great, but I'm assuming if you're going 25 miles an hour, maybe it doesn't make that big of a deal. Anyways, I'm a mother of 2 young kids. I have a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old. I live in that stretch that Lish was talking about, Bluebird Canyon Lane. So that's in between the speed table and the stop sign. And so the speed table really helps slow down the cars because so my kids are homeschooled there, and their outdoor activity every single day is to go to Bluebird Canyon Park. And that speed table really helps slow the cars down because people are parking on both sides of the street. And I'm like as tall as Brielle is. So I'll give you little fact that not very many people know, when I was 15 years old at Laguna Beach High School, I got hit by a car on Park Avenue in front of my mom. And luckily I survived and I just like walked away with some bruises. But it's deeply, deeply concerning to me. Pedestrian safety is so important. And the visibility when you have cars parked on both sides of the road is an important factor to consider. And if you haven't been to Bluebird Canyon Lane, please check it out because it's not on that map that they had mentioned. It's, like I mentioned, between the speed table and the crosswalk and stop sign. So anyways, it's not overkill. It's essential for slowing down the vehicles. And I hope that you keep it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Nikki.
Good evening. Guillermo Moratorio. I live between Oriole and Bluebird Park, and I'm for the speed bump. And engineer by trade, and safety is always a main concern for me. You wouldn't throw out your fire alarm because it's annoying and it slows you down or it's too loud. You know, you don't want to look out your door both ways before you exit your house. You know, so these are the things that we deal with on this road every day. You have to look both ways for pedestrians. You have to check around the cars. We're backing out of our driveways because you can't park the other way around because it's a big bump, right? Because we have to have water abatement and things like that. So there's an entrance and an exit issue. I have to ask my kids if they see anything, you know, so I'm trusting them to be able to explain to me if there's a car coming. So we inch back and we're very careful. But the truth is there's a stop sign and hardly anybody stops at it. So at Oriole, people are flying through the stop sign. What speed are they going to? Probably 25 to 30 already. Now, if I back out of my driveway, which is about 4 or 5 houses down from the stop sign, if I don't touch the gas, I'm going 25 before I hit the speed bump. So if anybody does anything except for brake, they're going way too fast, you know, and we've experienced that. And my wife was speaking earlier. We've definitely seen crashes. There's been 5 cars in the last 4 days, or 4 years, sorry. 5 cars in the last 4 years that have actually been totaled on that road, one of which had been flipped over. You don't flip over a car on a you know, an area with houses. That's just ridiculous. So I'm for the bump. I'm for making it a little bit more easy for entry and exit. But we need something to control. Unfortunately, people don't want to stop when there's a stop sign. So there has to be a way to keep people to slow down. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
My name's Dick Harley. I live on Middle Ark Lane in Laguna Beach. It's been a long time since I talked to the city council. I've been here 50 years and was in the 78 slide. Do drivers speed on Bluebird Canyon? Sure, a few, not many, but a few. Does police monitoring and ticketing slow that down? There's no data in your agenda packet that say. We have no idea. How often does the police monitor the speeding on Bluebird Canyon Drive and the stop signs? There's no data on that. So we have no idea if those strategies are effective at slowing down speeders or not. Does ticketing by the police penalize speeders? Yes, it does. Does it penalize everybody else? No, it does not. Does the speed table penalize everybody? Yes, it does. The speed surveys. We have a speed survey from 1922 or from 2022 that covered 24 hours and 2,365 cars. The speed survey this year covered 40 minutes and 100 cars. If you can figure out how to compare those, I'd be really surprised. Does the speed table actually slow people down? Yeah, it does, within about 150 feet of either side of it. So does that mean we're going to install speed tables every 100 yards? Because it does nothing for slowing down people further up the canyon, whereas police would. The fire chief said that the speed table would not affect emergency evacuation if everybody went 25 miles an hour. But the fact is, if one person goes 2 miles an hour over it, everybody else behind them that is stacked up and trying to get out the canyon is going to go at 2 miles an hour. And it's going to take a long time to get 400 residents out of Bluebird Canyon. And if you want to know what the effects of a wind and fire are, Maybe you should talk to the folks in Camarillo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Council. My name is Natalie Hall, and I live on the 800 block of Bluebird Canyon Drive. Residents of Lower Bluebird Canyon Drive have been pushing for safety improvements on our street long before I moved here. Multiple studies have been done over the last 10 years, and finally a speed table was put in. Thank you. The close to 100 letters supporting the speed table you receive reflect the voices of residents, parents, kids, and individuals who spend hours in and around the area, as well as the 6 buses that drop off kids every day. These letters highlight a clear and ongoing issue. Speeding is a problem, and their voices, they do count. Additionally, many park visitors rely on overflow parking on my block, the 800 block. Many families wish they could be here tonight, but obviously it's a very hard time. Before it was installed, data showed many cars traveling 42 miles per hour or more each day. Since the speed table was added, that number has dropped to 0. This is a proven solution to a problem while still allowing the medium speed of 28 miles per hour. Bluebird Canyon has a history of accidents caused by speeding. Pedestrian and cars have been hit, and since I've lived here, cars were totaled and one even flipped over due to speeding. With our homes being positioned close to the street and the road serving as a walking route for so many residents, bikers, and being so close to the park, it is clear that we need measures to ensure safety. I don't ever want to say it is too late. I also want to address concerns about emergency vehicles and evacuation. Julian Harvey, who served on the Disaster Preparedness Committee in Laguna Beach, supports the speed table, which speaks to its usefulness while still remaining mindful of not overly impeding emergency response time. From what I've observed, fire trucks navigating the speed table, they're only delayed by a few seconds. And I want to highlight, it's a proven fact that speed tables strike a balance of slowing cars down while allowing fire trucks to navigate them safely. We hope that you approve the speed table. My neighbor, retired Laguna Beach fire captain, strongly supports the speed table because he sees the daily risk. Similar to other streets in Laguna Beach, such as Glen Erie Street and Temple Hills, which feature speed tables and bumps, we are asking for comparable treatment. Why take away something that has proven to work in a year and hasn't posed any risk? You can also say more police force, but that is a temporary solution. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Thank you, Natalie.
Yeah, my name's Cameron Fraser. I live on the 800 block at Oriole and Bluebird Canyon. Wanted to follow up. There's been some misstatements. We did a FOIA study. Only 2 accidents have happened on that road. One was a woman who walked into the road and hit by a motorcycle. She was found partially at fault. The other car that they all refer to that flipped was a drunk driver that flipped over. Bump had no effect on that. Okay. I've been at every meeting about this. I've been on calls and stuff. It was asked, answered, and the council voted against it. George Weiss then brought up for some friends, reintroduced it to the council. That's what the other person was referring to when he used your name. It was already asked.
That's my job. I'm sorry.
No, to bring it up for a friend, but it had already been dealt with. Okay, I know you want to say it's part of the job, but the council had already been voted on, and a councilman can bring something in that they've already dealt with beyond the normal way of doing it. We're all aware of how fast it is. I mean, I've lived there. I grew up there. I raised my kids there. I taught them how to not go into a road and get squished. I walk up and down that road every day, all the time, and I look for cars. I'm aware. That road, my house was built in 1949. That road's been there. It's gone back into the canyon. It's always been that way. Some people move in there and they want to, hey, let's slow down the road. But I want to get to the most critical point. It's evacuation of that canyon. You know, people are going to die if people can't get out. Go look at photos in Oakland of the fire, of the cars that couldn't get out when there was a fire. Now, the speed bump's rated at 25 miles an hour if you go over at 25 miles an hour. So the fire department are going to have people at the stop sign, traffic go through. They're going to have them at the bottom. But on the bump, people are not going to go fast. Guy's driving his Maserati out of there. He is not going to go 25 miles an hour. If you know anything about traffic, when there's one slowdown, it goes all the way back. So that is a critical issue on the safety.
Thank you. We got it.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Julian Harvey. I'm a 36-year resident of Laguna Beach, former chief of police in 2 Orange County cities, former Marine Safety Lieutenant here in town, former chair of the Emergency Disaster Preparedness Committee here in Laguna Beach, and most importantly, the father of 3 and regular user of Bluebird Park. Those speaking in opposition to the traffic calming measure tonight cited its inconvenience and annoyance. Your responsibility is to weigh public safety against inconvenience. I applaud staff for the thoughtful traffic study which demonstrated the effectiveness of this traffic calming measure, specifically a 15% reduction in the 85th percentile speed from 33 to 28 miles an hour. There are no sidewalks in this stretch of Bluebird Canyon. This is where people park to go to the park. And it's not 1949 anymore, and the vehicles coming up and down that hill are exotic. And I can tell you every single day, they're showing the horsepower off at that location. The report indicates, and I support, that many residents recommend converting the current speed table to a permanent one constructed of asphalt. This solution would maintain its effectiveness while likely reducing the negligible negative impacts of the vertical change in direction. The arguments about evacuation times are specious and not grounded by data or fact. An emergency evacuation of Bluebird Canyon would result in over a mile of gridlock up the hill caused by several factors: sheer volume, cross traffic at Summit and Temple Terrace, and most importantly, as someone here assisting friends pack their homes in 1993, the limited routes out of town create the greatest impediment to evacuation, not a speed table, which allows cars to traverse at well over 25 miles an hour, and which will have to stop anyway at the stop sign at Summit. Thank you for your consideration and your time this evening.
Thanks, Julian. Didn't you speak before?
I know I have like 2 minutes, but I have one quick point. I wish the city would teach people to walk facing traffic rather than with their back to
okay.
traffic,
Okay.
because most people walk in this town with their back to traffic and it's dangerous. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to speak?
Deborah Lawton, I live on Bluebird, and 1993. What are we talking about the speed of evacuation? If we were going 10 miles an hour, that would have been a plus. I don't even think we hit 5. People were hitting 5 trying to come down from upper, but it's a bridge, all the different streets going into Bluebird to exit down Crest. It was bumper to bumper traffic. It was a slow thing. So I don't think that speed table could possibly have made it go any faster or slower. Anyway, that's it.
Hello, my name's Robert Leach. I live up on Morningside Drive in Bluebird Canyon. I've been up there for 50 years. I'm also a retired fire captain from LA County. I worked for them for 34 years. And I've watched everything go on to slow the traffic down in our canyon. And the reason it doesn't slow down is because the people don't slow down. The people that live in Bluebird are the people that use that road. We're not infected by the visitors that come to our town or the visitors that come on our canyon. It's a nightmare to drive up in there anyway if you don't know what you're doing. But if you do know what you're doing, you know the few places you can speed up, and people speed up. So it's up to the people in Bluebird themselves to monitor themselves. The speed bumps do nothing except cause them to slam on their brakes when they get to the speed bump. And I love the comment about the 150 feet or whatever that was. I didn't know all that, but I know that I can't talk about how things are with speed bumps and emergency equipment because I've been retired for 20 years. Everything's different. The equipment's different. Speed bumps are different. Everything's different. The fire chief says he can do it and handle it in a reasonable amount of time. That's good enough for me. But I know being the guy that's in the ambulance with people or on a fire engine or whatever, when you are coming out from being injured and you're in an ambulance or something, and you have to slam on the brakes at a speed bump or bump over a speed bump, it's excruciating for those people. We don't get a lot of that. We don't get a lot of accidents up there. I can't remember where I live at the upper end anybody being hurt or run over or anything like that in all my years up there. The best prevention I've ever seen up there in my 50 years is, what's that mean?
Yeah.
Huh?
You're out of time.
Go
You're out
ahead.
of time.
Oh,
You can
okay.
Finish your sentence.
The best slowdown I've ever seen is the motorcycle cop. We used to get up there and he'd pop up there every once in a while and hide in his particular places. And he'd always give you a warning first. And believe me, once you got that warning from that guy, you never wanted to go faster because you never know where that motorcycle cop was. But that's the best I can say. And I know that the fire chief is on top of all of this for what they're doing in our responses. So I don't have any comments about that whatsoever, even with my time. And thank you. And I hope you don't allow them.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any speakers? Come on up, guys.
My name is Todd Green. I'm a 35-year resident of Regatta Road in Bluebird Canyon. And I had a lot of information that I wanted to talk about tonight, but it seems to me after hearing all this, there's two groups of people here. The folks that are on Bluebird Canyon Drive down near the park are concerned about pedestrian safety. I live in the back of the canyon and I'm concerned about egress during an emergency, both in and out of the canyon. I would say that one injury or one death, pedestrian death due to speeding traffic is one death too many. And I would say one death due to lack of egress is also one death too many. I don't think that a speed bump is the solution. I don't know what the solution is, but I can't believe that there's not another option that can address the concerns on both sides of this topic. I would encourage the council to postpone a decision on this and do more research, talk to your traffic committee, talk to traffic engineers, and find out what other solutions have been proposed in situations like this. And I think, oh yeah, it was one of the last things. I have watched kids on bikes go down Bluebird Canyon, and just like all of us, when we're in a parking lot and you encounter a speed bump, you all go around it if you can. Kids on bikes, I've seen this, will go around that speed bump, and they're usually traveling at a pretty good pace. The residents on the, I guess it would be the west side, are fairly close to the edge of the road. And I hate to be there the day that one of these kids is circumventing the speed bump and runs into somebody walking out of their front door. It's going to be bad. So that's another concern I have about that speed bump. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd.
Good evening. My name is Keith Lee. I live at 848 Bluebird Canyon Drive. I see the kids every day. They just go right over. They go right over the speed bump on their bikes. They're not going around it. It's literally right in front of my house. I think overall, the big picture here is that if this wasn't such a problem, we wouldn't be so passionate about it for so many years. It's very dangerous, and we're just here to keep people accountable to drive the speed limit. And I don't understand why a 25-mile-an-hour rated soft speed table is a problem for people to honor and respect the safety of our community. That's all I have to say, really. It's so emotional to me that I don't think I can do much more than that. But thank you for your time, and I hope
Thanks,
you
Keith.
support it.
Thank you.
Linda Sharp. We live literally at the corner of Bluebird Canyon and Oriole. We've been through 3 slides, 2 slides and a fire in that same residence. We've been there 51 years and never had a serious accident. The stop sign at our corner was put in because two children decided that they needed a stop sign to enter where the bus stopped. And that was fine, but to me, it makes no sense that you put a serious speed bump, say 15, 20 yards from the stop sign. That sort of alleviates the purpose of it. If you're going to put a stop sign after 10, 20 yards, that doesn't make any sense. Nothing serious that I ever remember happened on Bluebird Canyon. The problem, the speed problem, is all the way up Bluebird, not that point from Bluebird to the park. That, yes, they do, but if you'd watch the skateboarders go, that they slow down at the park. They never slow down from Countryman's to the park. So I don't understand the logic about putting such a serious speed bump 20 yards from a stop sign. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Any other speakers?
Excuse me. My name is Jack McEwen. I'm a 58-year resident, and I live at 1405 Bluebird Canyon. I don't know how many people here that even sitting here in front of me were here for the fire. I had the evacuation. You weren't here for it. You don't know what you were missing. I don't care about the speed bump. The speed bump, yes, no. That is the narrowest part of the road, right down in that area. And I can guarantee you, if we have a fire, there are going to be cars parked on both sides of that street. And it's narrow. And if we have to slow down to that, that is not going to be good. We want to be out of there. And the people that are in the back, they're going to be the last ones out. And you don't want to have their ass on fire when they leave. So let's think about it and let's do something smart. Let's do something else than what we've got there now. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Hello, Mayor Kemp and council members. Thank you for your time. My name is Craig McKesser. I have been a resident of Laguna Beach for 24 years and live in Bluebird Canyon. I am here to strongly oppose making the speed bump permanent on an evacuation route, keyword evacuation route. First, the real issue is pedestrian safety. So I agree with everybody in the room about pedestrian safety. According to the PTC, the temporary speed bump reduced speeds marginally from 33 miles per hour to 28 miles per hour, and only really close to where the bump's positioned. This does nothing to improve pedestrian safety, kid safety, nor does it do anything for the rest of the quarter-mile stretch of this road. You might fix it for, I don't know, 100 feet, slow some cars down there, but it's not addressing pedestrian safety. Councilman Mark Orgel, a year ago, had the wisest idea in the room and said, why don't we put in a sidewalk where people can walk to the park safely and not be concerned about cars going 28, 35, whatever. That's the decision that I think should be made. And I think everybody in the room, I don't know who could object to having a sidewalk to allow kids to walk to the park and get up and down the street. The issue is walking in the street. Second, and most critically, the speed bump poses a grave danger during evacuations for the residents that are going over that bump. Some residents are going to go 2, 3, 4 miles an hour. Some would like to go faster, but they're not going to go faster if someone's going 2 or 3 miles an hour. Our canyon only has one road in, one road out. The city's invested nearly $1 million to widen the road near the tennis courts, recognizing the need to move traffic quickly in emergencies. Installing a permanent impediment at this critical exit point directly contradicts those efforts and could cost lives. In the event of a disaster, knowingly slowing evacuation traffic, the city knowingly slowing evacuation traffic would constitute gross negligence. The city would not be indemnified against lawsuits for ignoring expert advice and the studies that highlight the dangers of this neighborhood. In conclusion, and I'll go real quick, I'm 10 seconds more. In conclusion, I urge the city council to immediately remove this temporary speed bump, prioritize sidewalk installation in the area, and enforce the speed limits through citations. These 3 steps will improve safety for everyone without putting lives at risk. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Craig. Do we have any more speakers here? Did we miss anybody? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. I think I'll start. I'm gonna have a few comments. So I lived in Bluebird Canyon for 13 years, so I'm very familiar with it, and I lived up at the top. You know, we had, in 2019, the council at the time, I was on the council, Bob Whalen on the council, so we put our fire mitigation, fire safety plan together. $21 million, a third of that was spent in Bluebird Canyon. About half of that, $7 million, was spent to widen the road. The other half of it is what we're doing now is undergrounding the utility lines. It's all for safety. There's no aesthetics involved. It's all for safety. In particular, you know, the road widening, you know, because we have the Bluebird Canyon is very tight, as you know, in places. And as you go up the hill, it gets tighter. When you're trying to, so one of the big concerns about Bluebird Canyon, and we have the fire department shares this, is if we have a fire, it's very likely that we're going to have a fire on the backside where Aliso Woods Canyon is, and it comes up the backside. All those, there's a lot of homes up there. There's 350 homes up there. So when people that are at the top are going to need to get out, and the people that live down lower part where the Sharps live and down on the 800 block, you're going to be in better shape because you're going to be able to get out faster. But the people up at the top, there's going to be a lot of, there's nothing orderly about a fire. When you look at any fire that's happened anywhere, there's no orderly exit. People panic. They leave their cars. They run out of their cars. All kinds of stuff goes on. So all this money and time that we've spent up there is really for safety. And, you know, nothing, as far as I'm concerned, in the time that I lived up there or talking to residents that have lived up there a long time, there really haven't been any safety improvements up there until recently. Now I want to make an observation. So a lot of times when I'm, you know, in the car, I'm on the phone because we get a lot of phone calls. And I live off Nye now. And so a lot of times when I'm on the phone, because I don't want to lose my connection, I park in front of Bluebird Park on the uphill side. And what I see there every single time, people blowing the stop sign going up the hill, and I'm talking about not even touching the brakes, like it's not there. One day I saw some kid coming down from Summit. He stopped. The guy in the SUV didn't, and he almost killed that kid. People complain about the, you know, the e-bike riders. You got to be kidding me. That guy just almost T-boned that kid. People coming down the hill are not stopping. People coming off Summit are not stopping. And so my issue with this is twofold. One, we need to have, and I've talked to the chief about this because we have, 4 motor officers now. I want this running the stop signs to stop, because we are going to talk about a huge accident. These people are hauling up the street. And if you stop, and I've lived up there a long time, if you stop at Oriole on the way down, you stop, and you go down and you're driving like a normal human being, and when you get down to the bottom of Crest, you're not going fast. You're not. If you're blowing the stop signs, you probably are. So one thing I would like to see, and I know residents hate to get traffic tickets. Everybody hates to get pulled over. Nobody likes getting pulled over, let's face it. But what I would like to see is way more traffic enforcement, particularly up there. You know, I live off of Nye now. I see people blowing the stop signs up there too. And I hate to say it, but everybody has a resident sticker on their car. Because, you know, in the summer, I hear all the time, oh, you know, the visitors and their horrible driving. Well, you know, we actually could do quite a bit better ourselves. So there's that. And the other thing is, the only thing that's going to keep people the most safe is to put a sidewalk in there. Now, we widen the road. We're underground the utilities. We can put in a sidewalk. It's not that, it's far less difficult than what we've just done. We did major construction on the widening and pretty significant structural work on the undergrounding, which is going to continue, which would make it so much better for everybody up there, by the way. Anyway, that's my perspective, having really kind of keyed into what's going on in terms of traffic and speeding. That's my opinion.
No, I'm certainly in agreement. If you put a sidewalk in, will that actually solve the problem? Mark, I mean, could we get rid of the speed bump if you put a sidewalk in? What's your assessment?
Staff doesn't have an assessment on that, on a sidewalk providing additional pedestrian safety.
Okay, so it would or would not, you don't know.
We don't have It may not.
Okay, okay. Well, I mean, I live right near there. What I observed is people do speed going down toward Crest Street as they're on Bluebird in the canyon, because you're on a hill, just as you would on Coast Highway when you're going down into Aliso Creek. You naturally speed because you're getting the momentum of the weight of your car going in there. So I know the good people here who wanted this, and I helped them with certain kinds of advice, saying you need to get community support for what you want to do. And I would do that if people wanted to vote against it. I did that for the the chemicals on Roundup. How would you prevent? I said, well, you've got to get your neighbors to support it. I can't do it on my own. So that's my job in bringing things forth that residents want. And that's what these residents wanted. Now there's a lot of opposition to it, which I understand. People want to go. Everybody's going too fast. Everybody, and me included. And when there's children around, I think it's more important to stop people from going too fast. And if that speed bump does it and we can moderate it to make both sides a little happier, great. We've already had testimony from the fire chief that it doesn't slow down the fire truck. So I don't think that's an issue in evacuation. We haven't done any evacuations modeling. We've done modeling, but we've never done it in reality. And that's probably the most dangerous canyon we have in Laguna Beach. One way in, one way out. We should do that, figure out how getting people out. There's still not a narrow road going up that hill. So I think there's good reasons to have a speed bump there. Thank you.
Here, I can go. I can go. So, safety is the most important role of local government. And it seems like everyone in this room cares about public safety. And that includes, wildfire prevention safety and pedestrian safety. It seems like there's a consensus that there is a speeding problem here. And when, people are right, we do need more police. We do need more education, enforcement, education, and engineering. Those are the 3 E's of traffic safety. But the bottom line is that this has reduced speeding, and to me, that enhances public safety. And I totally agree with all the residents about the importance of and what Sue was saying about the importance of this specific area and how dangerous it can be. And it's critical that, we have this undergrounding going on, and the widening. Those are 2 projects that it's really crazy that those weren't done a long time ago, but they're happening now. Or the widening happened, and the undergrounding is going to be happening very soon. I don't know the timeline, but so from that perspective, we're all in on figuring out how we can make everyone in that canyon safe. This would be a different decision if the fire chief came forward and argued that, because on public safety issues, I defer to the fire chief, and if he argued that this would undermine the response times, or if he argued that this would undermine residents' ability to evacuate in the event of a disaster, this would be a different decision potentially. But that's not what he said, and so that for me that's very relevant for this whole the balancing of the cost benefit analysis here. I agree with many of the speakers and several of my colleagues up here that sidewalks are probably the solution here. And that's something that we should definitely look at. I think we should look at sidewalks in all areas across town. And that's something that I'm going to be advocating for in the CIP process when we look at that as part of our strategic planning meeting in January, and then as part of our budget process later in June. It's been amazing what's happened on Coast Highway to have the sidewalks there, not only just for safety, but just for residents being able to walk in places that they weren't able to walk before. So sidewalks in general are something I'm in favor of. But really the question in front of us is not about the sidewalks. So I'm in favor of that, and we should look into that. And if in the future we could find that implementing the sidewalks means that we don't need to have the speed table, then it could be taken out. But in the interim, with the decision that's in front of us today, I am in favor of making this permanent. And if there's a way for Public Works to figure out how to, improve this speed table and adjust it in a way that could mitigate some of the inconveniences, and it sounded like there were some ideas raised by residents. I'm not an engineer, so I don't know the specifics about how that could be done. I'm very much open or supportive of that, but on balance, I think public safety is our job, and so that's why I'm in favor of keeping this permanent.
Okay, Mark or Bob?
He wants me to go next. So there's been a lot of opinions on both sides here and good observations, I think, by the community. I think we do need to look at sidewalks. We probably should give some direction to that tonight for staff to go evaluate them and what the impact would be on public safety and the feasibility of it there. I think in the meantime, I agree with the mayor on more enforcement. We should get more enforcement there, but we can't realistically do enforcement everywhere because there's speeding all over town. I mean, I live up, Mark Christie's here, I live up 3 houses down from High Drive. There's a stop sign there that's invisible to a lot of people. They just blow through it on a regular basis. So, but, to the extent we can get more enforcement, more enforcement. But I was here in 93. All of those roads coming down, whether it was Nye or Park or Bluebird or Temple Hills, they were parking lots. It's not going to, sadly, it's not going to affect evacuation times. We did an evacuation study that has been referred to. I mean, the news is not great. It's a 4-hour evacuation time to empty the whole town. And if you lose one of the routes out of town, it goes more like 6 hours. So I think Julian Harvey was right when he observed that the evacuation issue is not the issue here that we should be concerned about, because unfortunately, it's just going to be a slow go. You're not going to be going 25 miles an hour out of Bluebird or any other neighborhood. So I think what we need to do, and I had actually urged this at the time, and I don't exactly know why we ended up with, I think we ended up with the mechanical one because Public Works said, well, if council decides to take it out, it's easier to take out. But I think, and a number of speakers here tonight said, it should be it should be an asphalt modified speed table that's smoother. We got a couple of them on Hillcrest. They've been there for 40 years. I go out of town that way a lot. Yeah, it slows you down, but it's not that hard jarring bump like you get over at Short Street, by the high school. So I'm with Alex on this one. I think we should retain it. I think we should modify it to make it a smoother. And then, if in the end implementing sidewalks alleviates the need for a speed bump, I'd be fine with that. But the point, I guess the final point is it's a 25-mile-an-hour zone. People were going 33, they're still averaging 28, so people are still going above the speed limit out there, even with the speed table. So anyway, I support Alex's views on this. Let's modify the table, leave it in for now, and look at some sidewalks.
Mark?
Yeah, I agree with Bob and Alex. The modified speed bump is what I'd support, and also studying the future sidewalk.
Yeah, I just want to say something finally here. I think the public safety is our most important job, but there is something called perceived safety. When you walk out and you see the roadway is dangerous, you feel anxious. And that feeling shouldn't be there. We should feel safe wherever we are. And so that's part of feeling safe is people going slower. And that's, we're not even reaching, as Bob said, the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. We're going 28 and the speed bump is there. So I do agree that we should reduce its impacts, and I'll be voting for that as well. Thank you.
Mark, can I ask you a question? So if we put a different kind of speed bump in there, similar to, Bob, are you inferring like what's on Temple Hills?
Temple Hills or Hillcrest. It's just a.
How fast can you go over that?
So the speed table that was installed on Bluebird Canyon Drive, that was installed at a 25-mile-per-hour limit. So the 28-mile-per-hour at the 85th percentile sounds about right. It gets replaced with something smoother, obviously vehicles are going to feel safer driving faster. So we might expect the speeds to change if an asphalt one was installed that had a smoother transition. But whether it's whatever the material is, there's design criteria for installing, for various speed limits. And on Hillcrest, I think those might be speed humps, and Temple Hills Drive, those are speed tables. So if it's going to be a speed table, then it would more closely mimic what's on Lower Temple Hills Drive next to Thalia Street.
Well, my only comment on that is you can go over those 30 miles an hour, no problem. You can. So I don't know if we're talking about, I don't know. We're talking about reducing speed. We just need to have, what we need to have are sidewalks there so people don't walk in the street. And that's the bottom line, because you can get hit by a car at 25 miles an hour on foot. You're going to get hurt bad by a car if you're a pedestrian. I mean, you're still going to get hurt. So anyway, that's where I am.
So what would Public Works' recommendation be about in response to the recommendation of some modification of this speed table? Do you have that now, or is that something that you'd have to figure out? So like there was concerns about making modifications to this, and it sounds like there's support for making modifications. Is there, what would that be? Like, would you have a recommendation of what the permanent version of this would be that could accommodate that, or is that something you'd have to figure out?
What's there is permanent. It can stay, it can go, it can be replaced with asphalt if something people can drive over faster is desired.
But Mark, you're saying, I think you could have designed an asphalt speed table that basically had the effect of limiting speed to 25 miles an hour?
Yes, and it would be similar to what's out there. Yes.
So
That kind of where you folks are going?
what would the downside of that be? It sounds like why
Yeah. I don't think there is a
There
downside.
should be a cost to take one out and put the other in.
So it sounds like that's what is the something that could address some of the inconveniences, but still achieve the same goals of the current speed table. Is that a fair assessment?
But Mark, the inconvenience contributes to the speed being slower, right? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think the question, maybe I'll defer to what council wants to do. I could see a direction to staff saying, keep it there, make it permanent. Or if we can find a way to have an asphalt installation that maintains the speed protective limit at 25, we could and put that in the CIP and propose it for the coming budget year.
That sounds like a good approach.
Okay. That sound okay to you guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I would agree.
So
I mean, you really have to consider the angle of the approach, correct?
Right.
So that's what we.
Yeah.
Right.
talked
Yeah, if we made it too smooth, as Mark's saying, people
Yeah,
go
so
30
as-
again or
the
30.
smoother the angle is, the faster you can go over it, and they're designed for different speeds.
You're going downhill. Yeah.
So Dave, let me ask you a question. So in budget time, if we put it in our CIP, so,
That gives us a little time to study it.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, so I want to get I don't think, personally, I don't think a speed table is going to prevent, accidents. I think a sidewalk prevents accidents. People aren't walking in the street. So how long would it take before, I want to get some kind of time frame on this because I don't want to be another one of these 5 years later, we're still talking about the sidewalk kind of thing.
Well, I think we could have the conversation with Mark McAvoy and the Public Works team to have a planned CIP discussion as soon as February or March, that would include alternatives as the speed table that's there today stays. Alternatives that could be either a sidewalk and a speed table that's more permanent, an asphalt-based. That sounds like what we could bring back to you. I'm just sorry, I'm thinking out loud with you all.
Okay.
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 But we could definitely plug it into the CIP discussion.
That makes sense.
Okay.
We couldn't pull off sidewalks before then anyway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that. Yeah. Okay, can I have a motion?
So I'd move the recommendation as articulated by the city manager or can you restate that?
Sure, we would keep the current platform in place. We'd come back to the council with the 25-26 CIP discussion that would include a discussion by the council of sidewalks, an asphalt-based speed table, or some other combination that we might come up with.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, good. We came to a good outcome there. All right, thanks, everybody, for your time. Appreciate it.
No bummer, our audience is leaving.
You like to have an audience?
What?
You like to have an audience?
Of course I do.
Walking down Glen Eyrie, walking the streets everywhere. So crazy. Yeah. Okay. This takes us to our ad hoc committee on government efficiency. Who's going to give us the report? Dave?
Yes, sorry, I was conferring with the city attorney there.
Okay.
Very briefly, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. This is bringing back to you something requested by Mayor Pro Tem Renagi and Councilmember Orgill that discusses a council ad hoc committee on government efficiency. I prepared a scope of work for that, which I ran by both council members. It involves everything from looking at a different model for how we provide city attorney services to making sure that we are robust about our long-term fiscal projections, that we use that carefully, and that we include performance measures. We've talked about a concept called results-based accountability, which I was familiar with the last 3 years of my career, and I really like. They're performance measures that really ask meaningful questions like, is anyone better off because of what we're doing? And then it includes a number of other things that we're working on already, from the review of the finance department's work, the community development's work, which we discussed about an hour ago. It includes looking at Lean Six Sigma, and then looking at accreditation for things like the Public Works Department. And as I say that, I don't expect this to be funneled through solely the ad hoc committee. I think of them as liaisons. I think all 5 council members in the community have an interest in this, so that material and information will be shared with everybody. With that, I'll hand it back to you.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Any comments by the council here? I mean, I think this is a good list. Are we going to, so how are we going to communicate this back, Dave? Are we going to, I don't know, just have regular updates and put it on the agenda?
I like the idea of regular updates, maybe every other month.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a question, Dave, about this, and I applaud the subcommittee for taking this on. It's a big job. Part of the government efficiency is also technology and software. So what does this play into this?
Well, that's essential to all parts of this, that I think if we're going to be a local government of best practices, one of the best practices is staying abreast of all of the, not the bleeding edge, but certainly the cutting edge IT efforts. And we're making some good progress there. Your council has moved in that direction with previous administrators. So we do have EnerGov, we're on the cusp of implementing that. We have a really good ERP. The Tyler Munis system is really solid. That's coming online more and more. The police efforts with the CAD RMS systems being upgraded. But so in other words, we're making good progress. We have more to go, but like in agenda management, that's another thing we're implementing. But you're right, Councilmember Weiss, that's essential to catch up and then stay caught up.
So if you were to say we're halfway there in our technology implementation, would that be correct?
I'd say we're 60 to 65% there, and even a little better than halfway.
And what's the big apple to get to?
Getting these things online, like finishing Tyler Munis, because it's partially online. We're still using paper time cards.
But there's no big software program that we haven't adopted yet. So these are all.
I haven't seen that yet.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
I was reading this today and I was trying to get my arms around it, and the scope of it scares me a little bit. I mean, it's so open-ended. Normally, when we have ad hoc committees, there's a particular task, go do a wildfire mitigation plan or a parking plan or something. And when you look at, I mean, some of these are specific. I'll just give you my reaction to some of them. I mean, in-house model for city attorney. I mean, I guess the subcommittee could react to that with the city manager and come back with recommendations. That's fairly discreet. City's overall fiscal and operational approach, not sure what that means. I mean, ad hoc committees are supposed to have sort of a task that, has an end time to it. So going down that list there, a recommendation on a more detailed budget adoption process, long-term fiscal projections, that could make some sense. A more precise goal-setting process and consideration of strategic pillars. I mean, that's what we should be talking about at the strategic planning meeting. That should be all 5 council members. That shouldn't be vetted by, I don't think, I mean, those are kind of council-wide efforts. Results accountability, I guess I could see that. Charter, city, pluses, minuses, maybe that. But then you get down to particularly the last bullet point. To me, that's crossing the line into management. The serve as liaisons to the city manager's ongoing internal reviews, external reviews, or organizational improvement efforts for, and list all these departments. I mean, it almost sounds like there's a triumvirate that it's trying to manage all these departments. And I'm thinking that's really the city managers and other, management jobs. I just don't see how an ad hoc committee adds much into that process there. So the scope of that seems to me to be way too amorphous. So those are my thoughts.
I think those are good thoughts, Bob. As it relates to the bullet number 2, the fiscal and organizational approach, I do think there is a need to figure some of this stuff out ahead of the strategic planning process to make sure that we make the most of it. So I guess that's maybe that if you mentioned that putting a time, sort of a end date on that. So I'd be okay with changing bullet point 2, that whole one, to be about ahead of the fiscal or the 2025 strategic planning process, as well as for the parts relating to the budget to relate to that the budget in June 2025. And then I think it's the council liaisons to the city manager on the efforts for internal review, external review, or organizational improvements. I think that we can strike. I'd be supportive of that. But beyond that, I do think in general we need, we're a 100-year-old organization, and some of these efforts to create efficiencies, they involve both, management, which that's really the key to it. But when there's policies that are getting in the way of those efficiencies, or and to me, the biggest policy document that we have is our budget. If there's questions of budget or resources that we need to better allocate things, I think that's something that we really have a responsibility to do. So I think that's sort of the common theme here, is how can we safeguard taxpayer dollars? How can we, taxpayer dollars are critical, but ultimately time is our most precious resource. When residents have to deal with delays as they navigate the city, that's a tax on time. And then finally, I think in general, we have a lot of complex problems that we as a city have to solve, and a lot of long-term investments that we're gonna have to make. We have 4 fire stations that we have to replace. We have 1 in the works now, but we really have to a lot of big challenges in front of us. So I think the efforts here are critical to sort of solve all the other to deal with all the other problems. But I agree with I think your recommendations or your input. I think that's well said.
Well, I have some questions, Stephen. I'll open up a public hearing. Anybody want to talk about this item? No? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. So when I got this, I said to Dave, I said, well, isn't this your job, Dave, essentially? Because, first of all, the finance department, these internal reviews on the, we have Raftellus looking at it. They're going to bring that back to us. We're going to see that at council. Community development, we have the ad hoc for the code and for the comprehensive code update. I think that's Mark and Bob, right? So we kind of have that covered. I've talked to Dave about Lean Six Sigma. He understands what I'm talking about. We're already doing the fire department strat plan. I think you and Alex, you and Mark are already working on that. And then the thing, the bullet 2 is for the entire council to work on. This is what we do. And in terms of talking about becoming a charter city versus, and this is something we could talk about at the strategic planning session, as far as I'm concerned. We can start vetting that and see if that's even something we want to bring to the community. Anyway, those are my comments.
So as Dave mentioned, he was a part of this as it was, the staff report was assembled. And in my mind, and you can speak for yourself, Alex, but this is built in such a manner to where it's really organizes a lot of the efforts. You're right, Sue, there is some redundancies, but, and I did, I spent a lot of time thinking about the comprehensive code update and how, Bob and I are already working on this. To me, we're pulling all of these issues together, not necessarily addressing each individual unit or issue on its own. It's really seeing how each topic relates to one another and kind of bring it all into one place so we can kind of track all of our progress, because we do have a lot going on.
Mhm.
And there's a lot of effect. One issue affects another issue. We know that, even the comprehensive code update's going to trickle up to the general plan, some general plan revisions, and Gavin and I were even talking about putting together a flow chart to organize some of this. So I'm open to input, but I think that the goal was to help us just better manage it and consolidate everything to where we can navigate through all of these different objectives that we've laid out for ourselves.
No, I feel strongly that I think taking out the recommendations about the council liaisons for the finance community development, I'm fine taking that out, and then putting a sort of a time limit where the outcomes of looking at the way that we do strategic planning. So right now we're really not doing strategic planning. We don't have a 5-year strategic plan. So we're planning for things that we can't fund, and so we really need to change our approach. And so by the ad hoc committee working with the city manager to give recommendations for how we improve that process. I mean, ultimately the council is going to weigh in on all of these questions, but this is just how we position it to really move the ball forward. Because I think as a city, there's just so many different things that we have to do, and so we need to be more efficient and user friendly. So I would.
So Bob, do you have
No.
do you have any suggested benchmarks, Bob, related to any of these specific items that you would like to see, that you could imagine us coming back with?
Well, I mean, as I said, and I guess, and I'm trying to remember which of our many subcommittees we did this on, but, it's one thing where the ad hoc committee comes back with specific recommendation, right? Do it this way.
Yeah.
And it's another thing when the ad hoc does a lot of good legwork and homework and says, here are the issues, and, here's some pros and cons, and council, you got to decide what you're going to do, right? A lot of these are big enough topics that I think it's probably that latter approach that that the ad hoc would be wanting to do. But, I mean, I guess, as I said, going down in-house model for city attorney, I mean, if that's something you guys wanted to take on and analyze the pros and cons of, fine. We're all going to decide in the end what we want to do with that. Alex, if you think on bullet point 2, there's some things we've already said we want to do a 5-year strategic plan. So I mean, council's already said that. But if you think there are some things in particular that the ad hoc could do to make our strategic planning meeting more productive, and that'd be great. I think I'd be all for that. And then you know, the charter city one may again be like the city attorney one. Again, there's sort of pros and cons, and if there's a lot of legwork and homework you guys want to do on that and come back for a general discussion on, I don't have a, I mean, I think that's fine. I think the last one, which Alex is suggesting striking on the liaison, I mean, that's, to me, that really crosses over into Dave's bailiwick of managing the organization. We're just the policy people. We're not the managers. So, so I'd strike that. But, you know, I guess with those couple of changes, and then we ought to set some timelines for these things. You're supposed to have, ad hocs are supposed to have a lifetime, right, Megan?
Yeah, that was,
What-
before you made a motion, going to be my recommendation that we,
What about the end of the fiscal year? So then that could incorporate the upcoming budget, or is that
Fine,
too long?
yeah, no, it's fine. It's good with me.
So then that would cover the strategic planning process and then the budget for fiscal year 25, 26.
For government efficiency, maybe one of the things you could look at is the overlap of our ad hoc committees and how to
Well,
streamline that.
I think I totally agree with that. So I'd like to, so I would support the recommended action. And then I think I'd like to change the title to Ad hoc Committee on Efficient and User-Friendly Government, if there's support for that. And then make the changes to put a time limit or to have a sunset date at the end of the 24, 25 fiscal year, and then strike the final bullet point related to council liaisons.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All right. Next item is Visit Laguna's annual contribution to a downtown improvement fund. And who's going to talk? Gavin?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This will just be a brief kind of overview of this agenda report. It is a annual contribution from Visit Laguna Beach. And I just want to point out a couple things. This really was a collaborative effort between Visit Laguna Beach, Councilman Orgill, and Councilmember Wayland. And so the financial commitment from Visit Laguna Beach is committing about $5.5 million roughly across about 11-year period. And that starts with the initial contribution of $500,000 this year, fiscal year 24-25, with $200,000 for Artist Workspace and Artist Work Live, at signing of the agreement, followed by a $300,000 contribution in March to be deposited into a downtown improvement fund. And following that, there'll be annual contributions of $500,000 a year. And that assumes the Laguna Beach Tourism Marketing District actually is approved next year. And those contributions will be adjusted based on the revenue changes for TOT. So if your TOT estimate or actual revenue comes in higher, the amount the contract contribution goes up. If the TOT revenue decreases in a given year, that contribution actually goes down. And as I mentioned earlier, the contributions will go into a downtown improvement plan, downtown improvement fund, focused on projects in the downtown area. And then I just wanted to mention that Laguna Beach did, as part of the agreement, ask to be part of the discussions about how the funds are allocated. But of course, final approval on how those funds are spent remains with the City Council. And I did want to mention a couple of minor edits to the agreement. And these just kind of help us better align with the Tourism Marketing District Plan and the Streets and Highways Code. And those edits begin on the bottom of page 3 of the agenda report. I'll just walk through them. And it's a real brief change here on one. It reads under the 2A, it reads initial contribution. So Visit Laguna Beach agrees to make a one-time contribution of $500,000 in fiscal year 24-25. This will include initial payment of $200,000, which may be used for, and that's the change, just which may be used for artist workspace and living space within 5 days after the execution of the agreement. The second change is just another one on page 3 of the report, or I'm sorry, page 5 of the report, under 3A, This is regarding use of the funds. And we just want to say, add under A, add artist workspace and live space. That should be an addition. We want to make sure that those funds can be used for those, for artist workspace and live space. And those are my two minor changes. And with that, I hand it over to the council.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Mark, do you have comments you want to make? You were Bob?
After, I'm okay for now.
Oh, you're okay for now. Anybody from the council? Questions? No? Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody want to speak on this item? Okay, Greg, come on up.
Good evening. That speed bump deal was pretty intense. Okay, good evening, City Council. Greg Viviani here, third generation, 40-year resident, born and raised in this amazing town, hence my passion and dedication. This proposal seems to increase the financial ties between the city and Visit Laguna and contemplates a long-term contract. It is my understanding that the Visit Laguna organization is undergoing a dramatic reorganization to be brought under the control of a destination stewardship organization with a total rebrand and restructure to make sure there is a different take on how to manage and promote tourism in our community, which myself and many residents will greatly appreciate this transition, not just for all of our quality of life, but also the quality of life of our coastline, wildlife that is directly impacted by destructive over-tourism. I've spoken with some of the key decision makers involved, and I know that this stewardship effort is still underway, and I hope the restructuring of the board and increased oversight is still moving forward as well. Adding direct community involvement and oversight will limit and mitigate a potential relapse of what previously had happened. I also hope that no long-term contracts will be signed with any outside tourist organizations with certain individuals who are not aware of how delicate and small our town truly is, as we cannot afford to have the same thing happen the next 5 or 10 years what had happened the last 3 to 5 years. Frequent city and community oversight and input is essential to make sure that the Tourism Marketing District organization stays on mission to protect our Little Beach community and still market our artists, restaurants, businesses, both small and large. And another friendly reminder, 2025 summer is only 7.5 short months away. Thank you for all of your efforts and understanding. I appreciate your time. You guys are all putting into this and the initiative. And I know you have a ton of work on your hands, and I really appreciate all that you guys do. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Greg.
Good evening, City Council. Karen Phillipson, founding chairman of Visit Laguna Beach. And you may recall in July, after July 4th, I stepped up and we talked about how we'd existed for a very long time. And I said, if the residents aren't happy, the visitors can't be happy. That was a real eye-opening opportunity for our organization, and we have embraced working with the city ever since and coming up with plans that show our devotion and dedication to where tourism is going to be in the next 1 year, 5 year, 10 years. The stewardship plan, excuse me, has identified 3 pillars, and those pillars are the historical, cultural, and educational and environmental components that make Laguna special. This investment is going to hurt. It's not going to be easy for our organization, but it's the right investment. It's the right investment to bring us up to the next level of the quality of tourism that this community is looking for. That's our goal. We're doing it with you. We are the hotels, and the hotels are dedicated to making this happen and pulling in the artists, which are such a fundamental part of our historical component, and making sure that they are protected and have a place in this community. That's all part of the tourism experience that we're trying to create. We're going to be really excited about working with you. And Greg, it's been wonderful. You keep us on our toes, and I'm grateful for that. And I've been here a long time, and I intend to be here a long time as we go through this transition. So thank you for being part of it with us.
Thanks, Karen.
Hello, Ann Christoph, speaking for the South Laguna Civic Association.
we're concerned about the allocation of this $500,000 contribution, which is a very appreciated gesture on the part of the Visit Laguna organization. But we think applying that contribution only to the downtown is inequitable. Nearly 50% of Laguna Beach Tourism Marketing District bed tax income comes from South Laguna hotels, the Montage and the Ranch, yet none of this disbursement is planned to be spent for projects in South Laguna. Once again, the city's funding is allocated only to the downtown, arguably our most successful commercial district, while our other commercial districts languish and get no attention or investment at all. Thousands have been spent on studies and projects in the downtown already. Parking studies, downtown specific plan, promenade installation twice, ongoing promenade operation, the downtown action plan, design consultants, and the other commercial areas which need it more than the downtown does have had no attention. These funds could be used in other areas of town, in other neighborhoods. We should be asking the representative of people in other districts in town what they would like to see as enhancements for their neighborhoods or their commercial areas, and develop an approach to use these extra funds throughout town, not just in the downtown. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, John Thomas. Well, I also question the proposed allocation of $500,000 annually from Visit Laguna solely to the downtown improvement fund. It is a responsible gesture by the hotels that fund Visit Laguna to acknowledge and to try to mitigate some of the negative impacts on the community of over-tourism, recognizing that some of which may be collateral damage from the efforts of Visit Laguna to foster more business for the hotels whose customers fund the Laguna Beach Tourism Marketing District. Those negative impacts were equitably spread citywide and around Laguna, and allocating those funds solely to downtown projects does not address the problems over-tourism brings to the entire city. While this is a very generous gesture, allocation of these funds solely to downtown, and I guess I'm repeating Ann a little bit, allocation of these funds solely to downtown projects not only does not provide solutions to the underlying problems, but also doing so is also inequitable. And as Ann mentioned, a substantial portion of the revenue that will fund this comes from South Laguna and other parts of town. Yet none of the proposed disbursement is planned to be spent on projects in South Laguna or North Laguna or areas outside of downtown. This proposed funding is allocated only to the downtown, arguably what's already Laguna's most successful commercial district, while other districts languish. As Ann said, an awful lot of money has been spent on projects downtown, yet that kind of attention has not been given to other commercial areas and the neighborhoods. Other areas of Laguna need investment in services, amenities, and infrastructures as much or more as downtown. But perhaps more important and perhaps more appropriate, and this relates more to what Greg was saying, shouldn't a substantial portion of these funds be used to help mitigate some of the negative impacts you heard so much about this summer and that you expressed so much concern about? Shouldn't some of these funds be used for better enforcement citywide and better maintenance citywide? Some in South Laguna, some in North Laguna, some in the HIP district. And if you really are trying to address negative impacts on residents, realize very few Laguna residents live downtown. Finally, I do urge you to accept the proposed funding, but not commit 100% of the funds downtown. Instead, evaluate how the funds can be put to best use throughout the city. Ask residents and business owners what enhancements they would like to see in their areas, then move forward on making improvements citywide. and include residents as well as Visit Laguna in the discussions regarding use of the funds.
Deborah Lawton, Bluebird Canyon. And I think it's generous that that the council gives, allocates to TOT to Visit Laguna to fund them. And I think it's generous of Visit Laguna to be offering to fund $500,000 a year for 10 years. What I am concerned about is the clause that dictates that 500,000 from, let's see, what is it? Paragraph 2B. It goes from July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2035. So that's basically $5 million you're tying up and committing to only one part of Laguna Beach, downtown, specific plan. And when I looked up the data, it appears that the funding for the TOT, the majority comes from the Montage, the ranch. It was coming from Surf and Sand until it started to close down. In the old days, it probably came from Hotel Laguna, but I didn't look back that far. It just hadn't happened for a while. So why is it being allocated all in one direction, just downtown? And don't you guys want options? You're just basically saying that you're only going to use money in one little part of Laguna Beach. And we've got promises that have been made to a lot of us. Some of us toured St. Catharines before it turned into a community center, and we were told there was going to be a pool there, that the beautiful chapel could be used for musicians to perform in, and that would be happening, that there would be a skateboard park. None of that's happened. We've heard nothing. We have, infrastructure things with sewers. We have the undergrounding we've been talking about. There's a lot of things that need funding in this town that we have promises for, but we're going to tie it up in one place, downtown. I would like you to reconsider, and that's what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kathy Yurka. I'm not going to repeat what's been said, but I also would urge you to think about not concentrating all the funding in downtown and share the wealth with the rest of the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I'll close public hearing.
So Gavin, correct me if I'm wrong. So there's a difference between TOT and I'll call it BID, right? So the TOT is enforced by the city. It's a tax for transient occupancy. And the BID is a self-assessed tax by the hotels that is blessed by the city, right? So the hotels vote on it. They work with their legal, put the program together, bring it to the city, and the city does bless it, and then it moves forward, but it is voluntary. And I'm not sure of the exact language, but I know that there's language in there that insinuates that money has to go toward some type of tourist benefit.
Yes. So, so yes, the Councilman O'Rourke, you're exactly right. TOT is very different from the BID. The BID is self-assessed, and the last self-assessment was for a 5-year period. And I'm not sure where Visit Laguna Beach will be, or the hotels will be come March when they try to reassess, but it could be for a longer period of time, up to 10 years. But the BID itself, or the Tourism Marketing District funds, must be used to at least tied to a benefit to improve the overnight stays in a sense. So there has to be some tie into that. Of course, it's very broad. Lots of things will improve it over someone to want to stay overnight or stay for a longer period of time. But it has to somehow be tied to that. So you can't use the money to, say, supplant or replace an operation of the city, for example. That can't be done. It really has to be more focused on the benefit for the hotels, the overnight stays. And a lot of the comments that I know some of the speakers presented, where you have visitor impacts and things, those, are very broad. There may be things that will help. You can spend the money on that will help the visitor impact. That helps improve people who want to stay overnight. So like I said, it's broad, but there has to be some tie into improving overnight stays.
Any other comments?
I just had a couple of technical changes. One is on page 5, under the term of the agreement. Kevin, there's a typo. There's 500,000, they're missing a 0 there. But a couple things in response to the comments. I think if you look at section 3B, there is, it is true the agreement is limited to downtown, but it does include the ability to enhance services, including public safety measures. So the enforcement type of measures could be funded out of this, which I think is one of the speakers was alluding to. You know, I think what we ought to do is, I mean, we have this offer from Visit Laguna Beach. The term of the agreement, kind of going to Greg's point, this agreement terminates if the district isn't extended in the spring. So I would say, move ahead, accept this. We're going to be in negotiations with the Tourism and Marketing District anyway. We can raise with them, you know, the possibility of whether this is an offer they made to us and we're accepting, but we can explore with them whether to expand it to other areas that would still satisfy the legal requirement that Gavin was speaking to. But I just move to approve this tonight and have that conversation with them in the next few months.
Well, I appreciate the offer here, and I think the residents, couple of residents, 3 of them have spoken out about sharing the wealth, and I think that should be done. Not all of it be going to downtown. Downtown provides half the tax base, sales tax base, and the rest of the town does the rest. So if people are traveling, coming overnight, they do want to enjoy the whole town, not just the downtown. And I think any enhancements in other areas of the town would be beneficial for them as well. Maybe even restrooms in South Laguna. Maybe that'd be beneficial. So I would go along and support that, but also spread the wealth.
Talking to the hotels, you know, they want something for this money. I mean, they're not just giving it to us for us to do whatever we want. They're looking for a better experience for the visitors. And what they frequently say is, when you guys going to do something about your downtown? That happens all the time. They're sending people out of town rather into our town, which is what we want. And that's what they're after too, is they want some benefit for us, for them. And I think that's the basis for their offer, which is very generous. So I agree with
You
Bob.
know, it would be worth, when we get further into the negotiations, as Bob discussed, it would be worth having some discussion regarding our current occupancy. You know, our Laguna's occupancy in the hotels is falling while the surrounding communities is not. And we hear comments, you know, that there's concerns that our amenities have become worn and tired. And, you know, we should probably look at what that's going to do. You know, as occupancy drops, so does the revenue from TOT. So I think that we really need to look at this holistically and understand all of the different elements to it.
I have no information that TOT has dropped. Gavin, you know the numbers for the last 3 years? Or that aligns with the bid tax too, so.
Well, I can say that TOT was increasing. Obviously, we had some closures of some hotels. So what the council will likely see at the mid-year update is a decrease in TOT for 23, 24. As these hotels begin to open, you should see TOT start to increase. But we have seen some reports where while rates for hotel rooms are up, occupancy is down.
Okay, we have noted that the ranch said they had a 65% occupancy rate, which is terrific. We don't know anything about the occupancy rates of any of the other hotels.
It just, when I see reports that come, they just compare to the previous year. So occupancy has dropped a little bit from, say, the summer of 24 compared to the summer of 23.
5%.
I don't know off the top of my head. I just know it's been down.
Okay, thank you.
You know, council member, we're remiss if we're not sending you along the Visit Laguna Beach reports. I'll start doing that when I get them. I'll forward them along to you. I didn't realize you weren't getting those. I apologize. We're very helpful.
Anything further on this?
I'm supportive of this. Yeah, supportive of the recommended action.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can I
Aye.
clarify that that included the changes that both Gavin and Councilmember Whalen
As
proposed to
amended.
the
Yeah.
agreement?
Well, yeah,
So I'll
As
make
amended.
the motion as amended.
Mm-hmm.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Huh? What?
She's a real stickler.
Yeah. Okay, item 19 is the December 2024 meeting schedule, consideration of adding a special meeting on Monday, December 9. Should I, you want to go or me?
I think it's pretty clear in the staff
Yep.
report what we're recommending, consideration of having a Monday meeting and then a Tuesday meeting.
Yep,
So that the Monday meeting can be more ceremonial.
yep. Any questions on this item, Council?
What is the Monday meeting when you say it's ceremonial, Dave? What does that mean?
It'd be a chance, well, it's not entirely ceremonial. The election would be certified, and that would be a key legal step. And then there'd be an opportunity to thank council members that may not be returning and welcome council members that may be joining and have family and photographs and things like that at that point.
You're thinking an hour-long meeting? Is that what you're thinking?
When I've seen these occur in the past, they're at most an hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other council questions?
No, so it's just to have the swearing in and
So it's the,
organizational meeting.
yeah, it's the vote, it's certifying the results. Recognizing, incoming, outgoing council members. Swearing in of new council members.
You could also
election-
designate.
Election of the mayor, mayor pro tem,
Right.
and probably council assignments. That's it. So that should be like an hour. Quick meeting.
You have your committee assignments as well, which you can
Yeah.
change too.
Yeah.
We talked about maybe waiting on that if that's, because I think that's a lot to tackle, although
Okay.
it certainly
We
defer
can
to
do
you
that.
folks.
I mean, I think it's on the tentative agenda for the 10th anyway, so we can just leave it there.
There are never that many changes.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody want to comment on this item?
Just a quick question. Will this be a new thing that we do every 2 years? Always
got-
have a nice, we add an extra meeting, so we have a ceremonial thing, because we haven't had those before. I think it's a nice idea, but we haven't had them before, ever.
I guess it's up to the next council.
You don't want to make it permanent?
You can't.
We can't,
Uh-huh.
we can't do that
Oh, okay.
because new councils get elected and they can make their own decisions.
right.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. I'll move the recommended action.
If it's permanent, I'll support it, but I think what this does is this effectively takes me out of the last council meeting, so I can't support that. So I'll support it if it's a permanent change.
Well, it doesn't really take you out of the last council meeting. Yeah.
Councilor, do you mean, typically the process, if the certification were to occur on Tuesday instead, that the first action of business is typically the certification. So this actually provides more opportunity for you to kind of have the
To speak, you
ceremony
mean?
and speak. Yeah.
I don't really care about that.
Okay, well, we can't make it permanent, so
Megan, you didn't really finish, I don't think. So you would conduct this, the first part of the meeting, and then there would be a transfer, the new council people would take their seat at the dais, and then the meeting would continue with the agenda.
Correct. So if you weren't to have the special meeting, that's the typical process, is that the certification occurs at the beginning of the meeting, the new council is seated. And then, whatever else you do, if you're going to do a reorganization, whatever, you do that. And then you proceed on with the substantive business items for the evening.
That's
That makes
Tuesday, not Monday. There's no agenda.
I know, but if we did it
What?
the same day, you wouldn't miss the meeting, is what the point is.
Oh,
So just to chime in, because because outgoing council members don't have anything to do with the rest of the meeting. It's always the very beginning, they do the mayor. So it's just making you not have to go to that meeting if you don't want.
I
but-
don't want to have, well, going to the second meeting, you mean, I don't.
Right. Either way, it's not going to affect
it's
what
kind of-
you
kind
can
of-
weigh in on.
To me, it's silly, that's all.
Okay, any further comment? No, can I have a motion?
I thought you moved it.
I thought I did, but I moved the recommended
I'll
action. Do we
second.
have, okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No, okay. 4-1. Okay, that takes us to Appeal A. And Kate, are you coming up? Okay. Good evening, you guys.
Yes.
Okay, we're ready.
Good evening, Mayor Kemp and council members. I'm Kate Kazama, Associate Planner, and item A before you tonight is a City Council review of the Planning Commission approval of Design Review 24-1636 and Conditional Use Permit 24-1638 for the property located at 276 South Coast Highway, also known as 280 South Coast Highway. The project site is located within the CBD Visitor Commercial District of the Downtown Specific Plan, and the applicant is proposing to establish a formula-based eating and drinking establishment known as Better Buzz Coffee at the site. Eating and drinking establishments are typically permitted by right within the CBD Visitor Commercial District. However, formula-based businesses within the downtown require approval of a CUP. Better Buzz Coffee currently operates 24 other locations within the downtown, within throughout Southern California and Arizona. Therefore, approval of a CUP is required as part of this request. Parking is satisfied by the previous restaurant use, which shares the same parking requirements as the proposed cafe. Therefore, no additional parking is required with this request. Because no additional parking is required, this project is not considered an intensification of use as defined in the municipal code. Lastly, the proposed hours of operation are 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily. The findings for a formula-based business are as indicated on the slide before you. Finding number 1 indicates the business will enhance and contribute to the destination quality of the downtown specific plan area. And finding number 2 indicates both exterior and interior appearance of the business and presentation of merchandise are non-formulaic and compatible with the existing scale of development, distinctive architecture, and pedestrian orientation of the established village character. Overall, staff believes the proposed business contributes to the downtown by introducing a new resident and visitor serving cafe. The project would revitalize an existing commercial space, especially by reintroducing the outdoor dining space and improving the site's pedestrian orientation. Additionally, as shown in the exhibits before you, the other Better Buzz locations often feature an industrial design with the use of reclaimed wood, black metal, and a black, white, and yellow color scheme. In contrast, the proposed project features a warmer, coastal-inspired design with a softer palette that incorporates differing materials and colors compared to the other locations. The interior also ties in the exterior building design with the use of similar or complementary colors and materials. Therefore, staff believes that the findings can be made for finding number 2. The slide before you depicts the existing and proposed street elevation and the proposed materials and colors as presented to the Planning Commission. The applicant is requesting design review to reinterpret the building facade in a more contemporary style. As shown in the exhibits before you, the existing storefront features wood shake roofing and paneling and faux dormer windows, which create the illusion of a second floor. The current enclosed building area extends up to the property line with the awning hanging over the public right-of-way. The proposed design features a lighter contemporary design with Art Deco influences in some of the details, with work including removal of the faux dormers, height reduction of the tower element on the right side, and recessing the lower half of the street-facing wall to create the covered outdoor dining space. The Planning Commission's approval included additional conditions to modify certain elements of the proposed facade, which I will discuss in the next slide. The Planning Commission heard this project on September 18th, 2024, and no public comments were received for and during that hearing. After discussing the project, the Commission voted 3-1 to approve the design review and CUP requests only and continue the sign permit request to a date uncertain. The Commission's approval included modifications to include the following condition. Condition number 1 was included to require that the property enroll in the shared trash collection program located at 225 Ocean Avenue, which is located across the alley at the rear of the property. Condition number 2 modifies the exterior stucco to a warmer shade of white. Condition 3 modifies the standing seam metal color of the tower element on the right side to a warmer Sierra tan color. Condition 4 modifies the stucco surfaces of the tower element on the left side to a tan finish. And condition 5 requires that Corten steel be used for the landscape planter edging located between the counter wall and public right-of-way. Staff is recommending a revision to the resolution to provide additional clarification and supporting facts for CUP finding number 1 within section 3 of the attached resolution. In summary, staff recommends including additional language clarifying that this project does not constitute an intensification of use because the proposed use and gross floor area yields the same parking requirements as the prior restaurant use. The parking provided for the project site adjacent to the alley is considered legal non-conforming today, as the site was developed prior to the city's first commercial parking ordinance adopted in 1958. Because the food service use has not expanded since the 50s at this site, there is no intensification of use from the non-conforming parking, and therefore no new impacts to parking are anticipated. And these facts are being included to further clarify the reasons why the project does not constitute an intensification of use. This last slide summarizes the council's decision-making options tonight. Option 1, which is staff's recommendation tonight, is to adopt the attached resolution upholding the decision of the Planning Commission to approve the project. Option 2 is similar in that it is to adopt the attached resolution upholding the decision of the commission to approve the project, but adding more restrictive conditions of approval. Option 3 is to direct staff to prepare and return at a future meeting date with a resolution overturning the commission's decision and denying the project with findings in support of overturning the decision and denial. And lastly, option 4 is to direct staff to prepare and return at a future meeting with a resolution remanding the project to the commission with findings in support of the remand and further direction to the commission. I also wanted to add that the city has received 2 late letters of public correspondence since the posting of the agenda. This concludes my presentation. Both staff and the applicant team are available to address any questions.
Okay, thanks, Kate. Questions, Bob?
Sorry, can you describe for us what are the late letters and what do they entail?
I believe they were in opposition of the project. I believe one of them was recommending that option 3 or 4 be considered by the council, and I can pull up the other one.
It was about the facade.
was about the facade.
There's concern about, given the location, to ensure that the facade fits with the character of the downtown effectively. Online, Anne Marie, there's only one posted. Got it. So can we have copies for the council and for the public? Thank you.
So just one other question. The planning commission continued or didn't take action on the sign permit. So some of the visuals that you showed had signage on the building. Is none of the signage approved?
That is not included as part of this request tonight.
So
The signage would not be.
not just the blade sign, but and no sign on the facade? That's not part of the approval. Okay. Thank you.
What was the basis of that? What's like the legislative history of why they decided to do that?
For the signage?
Yeah, is it to disapprove of the signage or to do another hearing on this?
Right, so the sign permit request was continued to a date uncertain to be brought back at another planning commission hearing.
So like the picture that we're looking at, what we would be approving is like essentially a blank building. Is that fair to say?
Yes, the signage would not be included. They would have to return to another hearing for the signage.
And then is the current the BJ's Pizza, is that a historic resource, or has there been any analysis on that? When was that it done? I guess that's my first question.
So staff is not considering that a historic resource. The building was originally constructed, I believe, in 1948.
Okay.
But since then, there's been many facade changes throughout the years. There's been vehicular accidents. The patio space has seen both enclosed and open versions. And there's been improvements as late as the 80s since the original development. So staff does not consider this to be a historic resource.
And just to elaborate on that response, Mayor Pro Tem, the building was initially sheathed in stucco. Over the years, material changes include adding shingle siding to the building. There was also a covered outdoor patio, which was subsequently enclosed. Also, the faux dormers above the canopy are later additions to the project. And so that street fronting facade has seen substantial changes over the decades.
Thank you.
Did BJ's Pizza install the dormers? Do you know? No?
I believe that would have predated their occupancy.
Okay.
I'm sorry, why wasn't the sign approved? Why didn't the planning commission follow up on the sign?
The planning commission provided general direction, but they were not prepared to condition the project based on that direction provided at that evening. They wanted to see the applicant prepare a revised design in response to the feedback before they took a decision. In general, they wanted more pedestrian-oriented signage and smaller scale signage.
What's pedestrian-oriented signage, out of curiosity?
Like a blade sign?
Typically, it's closer to the pedestrian's
Oh, I see.
level
Got it.
with lettering that's scaled down to very close by pedestrian foot
Okay.
traffic.
Any other questions for staff?
Not at
No?
this time.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Are you guys coming up back there? Okay. Oh, yeah.
Do you guys want to maybe tell us where we fit into this? I'm not sure if we're public or if we're the applicant or where we are.
You're the applicant.
Okay, so can we do a presentation then?
You can.
Okay,
5
thank you.
minutes.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you, Council, Mayor. Anders Lassiter. I'm with Chris Mendoza and Corey Becker from Better Buzz Coffee. And I'm going to work backwards, I think, and start with my last page, which is to say that we really appreciate the situation you guys find yourself in. You're balancing this prior planning commission approval with your own oversight responsibilities. And it's our hope that you'll see the value of this project and the commitment that this applicant has made to making this a really good addition to the city. Having said that, I welcome whatever additional conditions you feel might be necessary to approve this project and to support the Planning Commission's approval. You know, we've been working on this application for well over a year now. And it took more than a year to get to our first hearing, and now it's taken several months after that to be in front of you again tonight. All the while, these nice folks are trying to open up what is a quality business. Better Buzz is a homegrown Southern California success story. It started 22 years ago as a coffee cart. And because of the demand for the quality of their product and their customer base's loyalty, it's grown into many, many locations. And their desire to make Laguna Beach their newest location has a lot to do with how they see this community as really a crown jewel in their necklace of stores. The former BJ's location has been languishing. You know what? Can I move on to slide 2, please? Here we are. You know, that BJ's location has been languishing for many, many years. It's a beautiful spot. It's a prime spot in a great part of town with the main beach and the lifeguard tower there. And I think our design, next slide, please, reflects and enhances what we're trying to do to bring all of those beautiful things that surround it, main beach and the lifeguard tower, into our vision. Next slide. So previously, you know, that patio was just enclosed and made into indoor seating, and it had absolutely no activation along the street for pedestrians. But as our next slide shows, opening up the front of the facade and creating the patio that can be enjoyed by those outside walking along the street and enjoying coffee is a real activation for the street, and it's desperately needed there. Next slide. Our design harkened back. We did our homework and we looked back into history, and we found this really interesting, charming picture of exactly what we were trying to do, activate the sidewalk. That's the Salty Sam's design that was there in the 70s. And we reached back and looked at that as our inspiration. Those dormers, that gingerbread nonsense that's on the building there, it's all fake and it's all new. None of it's historic. But what was historic and what was interesting in our mind was the character of this Salty Sam's. So we used that as our inspiration, and the tower element over the entry and the patio seating was the inspiration for what we thought Better Buzz could be along the sidewalk here. Next slide. As Kate so adequately explained, the Planning Commission gave us some very specific conditions, which we followed, and I want to show you those conditions today. Next slide, please, Kate. So this is the building that the Planning Commission asked us to bring them. Smaller signage, more blade signage at the entry, change in some of the colors of the materials, softer white, a different colored sandier tone for the metal of the tower. And this represents what they approved. I'd like to show you another slide, though, if you'll go to the next one, please. In response to some feedback that we got, particularly from one Planning Commission member who really seemed to have her eyes on that tower, we looked at what would be this facade if we removed that tower? What would it be the facade if we changed a few things and tightened up some of the thoughts about signage and pedestrian orientation? And we've brought to you this proposal, which we'd like you to consider approving conditionally tonight. Next slide. There was a lot of conversation about the materials of the project, and I wanted to be clear that our materials, our concept is really a mirror. We're trying to reflect that which lies across the street. We have the beautiful sand, we have the warm wood of the boardwalk, we have the bright white and blue colors and the sun color of Laguna Beach. We are reflecting Laguna Beach. Next slide. And you can see in our palette of the interior, we're reflecting those colors and the quality of the materials. These are materials unlike anything seen in any other Better Buzz. Next slide. They are richly textured materials. They are natural and authentic materials. Next slide. And on the exterior, we're using a similar idea of echoing the context with the blue tiles, with the wood to reflect the boardwalk. And our goal is to make this a flagship location for Better Buzz. So next slide. Yeah, these are some of the interior renderings that the Better Buzz team has created to show the unique and very unusual interiors for one of their stores, including an indoor lounge next to the outdoor seating patio there. So I'll end there just by saying we've done what we think is a really good job. We've worked very closely with staff, and it's taken us a very long time to get here. So we'd really appreciate your support. And if there's something we can do to garner that with some additional conditions, we'll entertain it. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Anders?
I'm just going to ask you to take us back to that photo that he mentioned that he was hoping that we would approve. Thank you.
Oh, there you go.
That one.
Huh?
No.
One more.
There.
That's it.
And this is the sign that you want approved.
This is a sign that is more reflective of what the planning commission asked us for. We are not here tonight with a sign application. That's not an option we can
So
have.
regardless of what happens, you will at least one more meeting.
For the sign,
The
yes.
sign, okay.
Yeah. The way it was explained to us, we cannot bring you a sign application tonight.
Is the bottom of the parapet, is that wood?
Yes, the underside of the horizontal
I meant-
ceiling element. Yeah, that is,
Not parapet, but.
that
yeah.
is tongue and groove wood, yes. Oh, we've got material samples, actual material samples here today, if you're interested. That was something that the planning commission had concerns about, so we wanted to make sure you guys had that available. We can provide those if you'd like.
Do you have any heating elements on the outside and the ceiling?
We do not.
You do.
So, and then Anders, what's the material on the sides, the dark brown?
That's plaster, so stucco.
And then the white?
That's also plaster. And the vertical fin-like elements that you see above the seating area, those are imagined to be these vertical battens that filter the sunlight that comes into that. Basically, we have like a story and a half space where that outdoor seating area is. It's open above, and the light is going to filter in through that, the sunlight.
And then tile down below.
Correct. There's that blue tile that I had showed you in the other material photograph. That's on that low wall and also on the wall behind where it says Better Buzz. Do you see the indentation there? Once we've removed that tower element, there's an indentation in the building, and our thought was we bring that blue tile up there as well.
So Anders, you just take the front of the old building off, essentially? I mean, do you have any idea what kind of condition that the rest of that building is in?
Not yet. Give us a chance and we'll open it up and we'll see, but we're not going to tear apart the building unless we know we have a project.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Well, this is a big remodel. Is that what your
It's a
question
big
is?
remodel, yeah. I was just wondering if you take the face off of it, what's the condition of the rest of the building?
Did you send that email?
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
don't know. Should we, does anybody want to speak in support of the applicant?
I wanted to add that we have some photographic evidence of what the building looked like in 1941 that we emailed over to Kate. And if she could pull that
Okay.
up, it might be interesting to look at it.
Okay.
When did BJ's Pizza close here?
I'm going to guess it was before the pandemic. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's been like 6 years.
And it's been empty this whole time.
It's been empty this whole time, yeah. Okay, so here, I don't know if you can zoom on this or maybe click on the photograph, but in what would be just above where your mouse cursor was is the building at the corner of Forest and Coast Highway there. You can see what is the Finger Hut Gallery, or it used to be Finger Hut. Is it still Finger Hut? Are you able to zoom that, Kate? Oh, wow. Keep going. Yeah, right where your mouse cursor is the building. Doesn't look like it's getting any bigger, but that's the building right there. You can see it. It had, it says it's getting bigger, but it's not getting bigger. It had those awnings along the front of it. If you moved your cursor just to the left, the surf shop is right there, and then the alleyway. So, you know, you can see that those dormers and the sort of pastiche that's on it now is,
Look what the Finger Hut used to look like.
yeah.
Yeah, that's like an Art Deco building under
Uh-huh.
there.
And
They should take off that brick, right, Kathy?
Do we know what's happening to the jewelry store that recently went out of business?
I don't have any information on that.
Can we go to the slide that shows the jewelry store next to your design? I think it's
Sure.
the old design, but I think it would still be interesting for everybody to
Page 9,
understand.
Kate. That would be page 9 of our presentation. Yeah, so the jewelry store would be the dark building there, I guess. Yeah,
To the left.
yeah.
So that building is currently plaster, smooth stucco, correct?
Correct.
And if you had the whole street elevation, if you went back a few more slides, I believe.
Try slide 15.
Was it forward? It's difficult to see, but. So what I was looking at over the weekend is the toes on the nose, the simplicity of that building to the far left, the green, it's kind of a batten board. And then it transitions to the more contemporary where the jewelry store is. And then the BJ's Pizza facade. But if you look at it, the facade on the right, the Better Buzz, not particularly that elevation, but his other elevation.
Can you try page?
It's my opinion that it's an improvement. So there you go. So that's the jewelry store.
Really small.
Yeah.
Dark.
Yeah, but my point is that it does transition.
Yeah, I think this BJ's location or the Better Buzz location is really a bridge between the dominant element of the corner building being the Finger Hut Gallery and the Toes on the Nose building being quite a bit lower and in a different vernacular and style and, you know, scale. Single story storefront versus the double height storefront of the Finger Hut. So we're trying to bridge that by creating a stepping facade that moves from the higher element of where the tower was to down a little bit lower, using that horizontal element as the key datum. You'll notice that the horizontal canopy lines up with the underside of the Toes on the Nose entry indentation and carries all the way across to the Finger Hut horizontal in their double height glazing section there. So we're a little bit of a bridge between the two.
Yeah, okay. Anybody want to speak in support of the applicant? You guys want to talk at all? No? Okay. Okay, I'll open the public hearing. We don't have a appellant. Mark's not the appellant, though. This is a general concern kind of thing. Mark.
Hello, everyone. Kathy Yurka. I'm not so much an opponent, I think. I was really happy to see this come for a council review because I think it's maybe useful at times to sort of calibrate what commissions are doing, and especially if there's a project that seems kind of inconsistent with how you and how the city is trying to envision the downtown as it makes changes. A couple of things that really struck me about this, I looked at this project. I'm not here to argue for keeping the building that's there. It is not historic. I didn't, and that's the reason that I didn't weigh in at the Planning Commission. But a couple of things struck me. One was reading the Stu News article about it, is how critical the planning commissioners were about the project. And so it was such a surprise to me that it was approved. And then also, I'm an occasional user of Instagram. And when Stu News posted their this article on Instagram, I was just kind of shocked that there were almost 160 comments. Usually they're kind of a mix. This is progress. This is terrible. The comments were so negative. And I mean, there was really just a lot of opposition from the community, none of which is going to be expressed tonight, apparently. The Planning Commission did use words like corporate, sterile, cold, like Irvine, not Laguna. I agree that I think the second iteration of the project is superior. I don't think the tower element, no one's gonna, say, oh, that's just like Salty Sam's. Salty Sam's is also not historic. I don't think the tower element did anything from it. One thing though that the Planning Commission was very concerned about is the brightness and the glare of that white. And this was this was showing that kind of very bright white again, which I think would be a mistake. I do want to note that I could not find a window or door schedule, and that happens all the time. You should know what windows and doors are going in. And especially if there are guidelines that specifically relate to windows, there have to be findings made. I don't know how you make a finding unless you have a window and door schedule. But the thing I wanted to bring up that really concerned me about the Planning Commission is this, and it's happened before too, is this kind of stepping back from fulfilling the obligation of the Planning Commission. One of the things with a project like this is they have purview over the interiors to make sure that it's not having this kind of corporate chain feel to it. And the planning commissioners would say, well, I don't want to weigh in on that. That seems, like too much, but it's part of the job. And I've heard other projects where planning commissioners will say, well, it's not my job to tell them to do X or Y. And in fact, it is part of the job. If I could just have 30 more seconds. So I'm hoping that, I know that there's going to be commissioner training. And I do think that planning commissioners, if you sign up for that kind of oversight, you really need to do it. And you need to really be committed to following through on those obligations. And I did think that Sue Whiten, she was adamantly opposed to this. And I think I do think that these changes kind of address some of what she thought, but the interior was a real problem for people as well. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Thank you. Well, I kind of like Salty Sam's, and I like the shingles, and I like the more village look of that rendering. To me, this is very harsh, to me, out of place in downtown Laguna. And it seems like it could, even the second version is not better in that it is, as Kathy said, white. It doesn't seem to blend very well. It should, it needs, each of these buildings is different, which is great, and different colors and side by side, all that. But this one is going to be so highly visible when you're making that turn. That's why it got run into by cars so many times. So I would suggest that it get toned down considerably, that some more textures be added, make it more, the thing that I like about the fake facade, And I know it looks fake and I know it looks like a stage front, but it is reminiscent of the Sawdust Festival to me. And that's its charm, I think. And I think this building could stand to have some of that. And I know that it's not in Anders' vocabulary or desire to do that, but I think he could bend a little bit on that side. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay. Anders, do you have any further comment? 2 minutes.
Hardly enough time to address everything, but I want to make sure everyone's clear. There was one planning commissioner who was critical. One planning commissioner, Sue Whiten. And she was very clear what she was critical of, and we addressed the comments that she shared. Largely, it had to do with the interior of the facility and making it remarkably different than the other Better Buzz locations, and we've gone above and beyond to do that. In terms of the building being white, I can't help but just imagine the irony of the fact that the lifeguard tower is white, the Hotel Laguna is white, the White House is white, now Finney's even whiter than when it was the White House. White is not an unusual color in the downtown. So I don't know why we're having a conversation about the building being white. Regarding the social media trolls and what they had to say about the project, I don't know that the design review or the planning commission has in their purview taking into account social media troll comments. So I really hope that that's not something that you guys are taking seriously. But what I will ask you to take seriously is that, as I mentioned, we started this project with a sincere phone call to the planning department. We know we're in the downtown. What do we need to do to make this right? And we've worked and worked and worked at this thing for more than a year, and we got it approved. And now we're here again. And these folks just want to open their business and make that vacant hulk of a building something really nice for Laguna. Let them do that, please.
Okay, thanks, Anders. Okay, I'll close the public hearing. I'll bring it back to council.
Can we revisit the rendering that his revised rendering, please? I'm personally okay with this, and the reason is it is reminiscent of what was there in the 40s. I get what Ann is saying about, the charm of the Sawdust Festival, but it's not what it was. And I think that this is closer to what it was. And I also think that this is appropriate for what else is on the street next to it, the jewelry store, the simplicity of the toes on the nose at the end, next to the alley, and then, of course, the gallery to the right of it. So I think it achieves it. The color doesn't bother me. I'm not really interested in micromanaging colors in the downtown anyway. So I was more concerned about just the architecture. I think one of the things that happens, Anders, and I've noticed this in my life, the problem that we run into are these computer generated drawings. Sometimes I think that the starkness of them, versus the old days where we actually had artists create these renderings for us, and they used kind of a pastel or watercolor approach, tends to soften the imagery. And so you could have ran it through a watercolor filter. But anyway, I do think that is what strikes people, is it just adds an additional layer of starkness, because you're not really picking up on the textures, like the tile and the lighting elements that you have above. But anyway, that's my comments. I think that it achieves what the Planning Commission asked of you, and I think that it looks better.
I would agree with that compromise. I think this is more subtle than the previous drawing I showed. I think it looks a little bit too modern, but, we don't want to stop progress.
Yeah, I think that it's, this is a building that's been vacant, and I think the changes are, especially with the revisions that were brought before us tonight, I think makes sense. I wish that we could approve the sign permit so you don't have to have another public hearing on this. One of the things that I get concerned about just in general is when you have a process that takes so long and is so discretionary, which is our process, the only person who can really withstand that process and who has the financial resources to manage that process is a formula-based business. And when our goal is how do we bring in the entrepreneurs and the small businesses that have really defined what Laguna is all about. And so that's the challenge with having this lengthy and discretionary process that concerns me. But what's before us tonight makes sense, and so I'm supportive of the changes as recommended.
Bob, anything?
I'm fine with this version of it. I think in addition to the venues that Anders mentioned, the theater's white.
Yeah.
Very white. So this is not the only white building around for sure. So I'm fine with it as modified.
Yeah, I'm fine with it as well.
So, Mayor,
Yes.
to achieve that goal, that result of the new elevation, we're going to have to impose more restrictive conditions into our resolution. So my recommendation would be in section 5 of the city council resolution, which says that the city council upholds the planning commission's decision and adopts, and as reflected in the planning commission resolution, including all conditions. And then put at the end of that sentence, comma, subject to the following more restrictive conditions. And we have the removal of the tower, but I'm going to actually ask staff to more appropriately describe what the design changes are so that they're appropriately reflected in this resolution.
Okay.
So the way I've captured the A to B comparison, if I'm looking at the two sets of front elevations, the standing seam metal tower element would be removed, and in that void, a vertical tile application matching the tile on the left tower and at the dining counter would be introduced. And there would be a vertical stucco projection that would frame this tile feature to the right. Stucco surfaces would receive a white finish with two exceptions. That would be at the leading edge of the canopy, and then also a portion of the storefront to the very right, just to the right of the entrance into that front patio. And those surfaces would receive a chocolate brown finish. And then there would be vertical fin elements introduced at the clear story windows above the canopy.
That's pretty good. That was pretty good. Okay.
And I just want to confirm with the applicant, that's all your changes, right? We just want to appropriately capture everything that you changed in that elevation so that we don't have questions later.
Anthony did a great job. Thank you, Anthony.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we could move with the changes as described by Anthony.
Yes.
That's it, right?
You second. I just had one question. Because this is going to be approved, but the applicant can get going now without the signage, right? Just start the project and get the.
Did you want to throw the signage in there?
We can.
It's a separate
but
entitlement.
We're not
So
allowed to, I guess.
I
But
was
mean,
thinking about conditioning it on the approval of the signage, but that wouldn't work because it's another entitlement.
No, we can't do it.
No, but I mean, the project can, maybe staff knows, can this now move through, get a building permit and start?
Yes, that is correct, council member. With your approval, they can now submit for a building plan check, and separately, they would return to the planning commission for a sign permit.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so we have a motion and did we get a second?
I'll
Okay,
second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good, congratulations. Thank you. Okay, we are adjourned until 5 o'clock on December 9th.